His first full season on the European Tour. It's welcome to Matt Wallace.
On the tee from England, Matt Wallace.
Easiest putt or next easiest shot. This relatively straightforward shot here for Wiesberger, coming up the hill, break right to left as he plays it.
Yeah, 7-4 on to make the par, and you would certainly expect him to. Just similarly than we saw from Matt Fitzpatrick in a not too dissimilar position. He's just come up a little bit short with the putt, but as you pointed out, that does leave it below the hole for his par putt. So temptation to get a bit aggressive on something like that, try and hole it, go 4 and 5 feet past, and it's a much tougher putt for your par, that same distance past the hole and above it rather than below it.
Yeah, or if you knock it past above it, and having the left or righter as well for a right-hander, never really what you want. Doing a lot of gardening for very early on here, Ian Poulter.
Yes, well, of course, that's one of the rule changes that came in 2 or 3 years ago now. You can repair spike marks, any other damage on the green, which I think is certainly a move for the better. Well, and this is the club that Poulter has done most of the damage with through his career. 20-1 to hole it, so 33-1 on to miss. From this kind of range, you'd certainly be erring on that side, wouldn't you, Warren? If it was a Ryder Cup, they might be shorter odds for him to hole it, though.
Yeah, I think he'll be trying to roll this one down. He knows 12.5 on the stimp meter. This is more like 13 or 14 in terms of speed. So it's fairly slick, you've got to say. So it's going to borrow a lot more left to right than it would if it was coming the other way. How about this?
Hello.
Oh, steady, slow, slow.
You can see the danger perfectly illustrating what Warren has said already. You do have to be careful with those putts from above the hole, can so easily get away from you, and an easy 18-inch to 2-foot tap-in suddenly becomes a 4 or 5 footer you've really got to grind over.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why Poulter may be that he's not done so well around this course, when we played originally the BMW PGA Championship here, it was in May, late May. They had power greens. Course maybe not up to scratch because of inclement spring weather. Now they're playing it in the autumn, bent greens, weather much better, greens in course in absolutely fabulous shape, so no complaints. And there is the great up and down you were talking about. You see, confidence in him. He's returned the favour.
Absolutely. Well, I had the crystal ball plugged in nice and early today, Warren, getting it warming up. Hopefully we can make some accurate predictions and help inform you if you're looking to have some in-play betting as well here, watching the opening round of the BMW PGA Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast, so hoping to just guide you along in the world of in-play betting. Plenty of odds flashing up. So many different things you can bet on these days. You'd have made a bit of money there if you'd have backed Horschel to get up and down from that rather sticky situation left of the green here on the opening hole.
Well, he's taking a lot of time over this one. We know it breaks, well, depending on pace, either right edge, inside right. He has double bogeyed this hole. He's had 3 bogeys on it in the opening round. He's only birdied it once. That was back in 2014. So quite a few pars here, but he has had the odd blemish, and as we said, a course that doesn't generally suit his eye somehow, so important putt for his confidence here. He was always going to make it. I think with this being so important terms for the Ryder Cup, I think Poulter will be really up for this week.
Yeah, I have to agree. And he did finish 5th last year, so even though in general his Wentworth record not great, he maybe found something last year as we joined Justin Rose on the 3rd hole.
And maybe one of the hardest par 4s on the course. Revamped, of course, Wentworth by Ernie Els a few years ago. Bunkers now very much in play on the 3rd.
Wiesberger to tidy up for his par after coming up a little bit short with the chip, and that was a touch tentative as well, wasn't it?
Well, that may be the pressure that he's feeling about this week. Knows he needs an absolutely top pick. I don't think that double bogey on the opening hole at Cron will do him many favours in terms of skipper Harrington giving him a pick. He'll think about that a lot.
Yeah, you feel like perhaps Bernd Wiesberger will need to force his way in automatically with a big finish this week, as Adam Scott swipes away his tee shot on that tricky 3rd and again finds the fairway, but it goes bounding past Justin Rose's drive, so worth keeping that in mind if we get any long drive odds a little later. I'm sure we will.
Gosh, he looks on good form, doesn't he? That was a fluid, beautiful swing by Scott.
So nearest the pin, Billy Horschel is 19 to 10. Ian Poulter the favourite, 15 to 8. Bernd Wiesberger 17 to 10. Well, if you don't have any faith in them, 18 to 1 to all miss it, but it's a relatively short par 3, so I'd be steering well clear of that. Obviously we saw a couple of really good tee shots from the previous group here. Adam Scott nearly holed it.
Well, Poulter has never birded it in the 1st round. Wiesberger's had 4 birdies on this hole in the 1st round. Of course, Billy Horschel's only played it the one time, so you know, it's very hard for us to give him any great stats, but he did par it in the opening round last year.
Wiesberger's a really good iron player as well, so you know, needing to bounce back after that opening bogey. Maybe the Austrian's the pick here.
Oh, Billy, get over the bunker.
Well, that's 2 he's let get right, so he's just a little bit of ahead of it in terms of his swing arms, not quite keeping up with the body rotation.
Plenty of room there for the other 2 players to get inside, and it will be Ian Poulter to go second.
And what you can't see on that picture is the severity of the slope just short of this green. Anything coming up a little shy or pitching on the front edge, you can spin it all the way down the hill and be 40 yards away. So you've got to pitch it well up. You've got to certainly pitch it hole high. Get the thing to spin.
It's a common theme at Wentworth, actually. There's a lot more undulation and up and down than perhaps people realise if you haven't been here and walked around the property.
And he's held that one up a little. He's trying to take something off that.
Oh, I'm feeling good about Burned.
Yeah, I got a feeling too. Might just suit the Austrian. But this will be telling, because if this is a hole that normally suits his eye, he'll know how many twos he's played here or got on this hole.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6th on the European Tour this season in strokes gained approach, picking up 0.92 shots per round, so it is a definite strength.
Oh, not this time. So maybe he is feeling a little bit more of the heat, a little bit more tension in that game than he would normally display.
So Ian Poulter takes the nearest the pin there, and Robin Roussel has taken sole ownership of the lead. The Frenchman 3 under par through 10.
Good to see Beef Johnson there at a couple under. Man, a few years ago in this tournament had a tremendous hole-in-one on the 10th. Great celebrations when he popped that in with his brother, running in and doing the chest bump.
Oh, that was a big chest bump, wasn't it? I remember, yeah. I think that might have knocked me out trying to chest bump Beef, to be fair.
His brother's a big lad as well.
3 excellent tee shots. What are they facing for the approach here, Warren?
Well, it's an uphill tee shot again. A raised green, bunkers both sides, and a little plateau as well. Pin today, 18 up on the green on the right-hand side. You can see it just above a little tier, so you've got to carry, though, or have enough club to carry the bunker down on the right side.
The bookies think it's a par from here, 10 to 3 on. 5 to 1 if you fancy the birdie. I can't see him slipping up and making bogey from here. Lovely angle in.
Should be just a smooth 7. Try to cut it in. Didn't cut. And that's going to be a tricky putt. Cross the green down the plateau. That will be super quick.
We saw Adam Scott's ball bounding past Justin Rose's, and Matt Fitzpatrick's got it out there past him as well.
And going down the slope, down the little tier. That will do nicely.
Yeah, those 2 shots should steady things a little bit for Matt Fitzpatrick after a slightly shaky start with the bogey at the first and finding the bunker at the second.
He's a tough Yorkshireman. He'll settle down.
Very much, especially with Billy Foster on the bag.
Exactly. No, I do like the way this guy's swinging the club at the moment.
You've got to be fancying birdie or better here at 4 to 1, the way he's hitting it.
Yeah, well, he'll be certainly up. Couple of good approach shots. He'll be feeling good right now. 150 yards. Probably a little 9-iron. Maybe too much for the wedge. Squeaking over the bunker.
Well, it's good now. He was very anxious in the air, and rightly so. This is not a golf course to short side yourself on, and here's Billy Foster creeping up on the putt, as he tends to do. And that will leave him a fair bit of work to do. It's such an unusual way he gets into his address position, isn't it? Just sort of a bit fidgety, creeps up on it. It's almost like he doesn't want the ball to know he's coming.
Yeah, I can see that might work with the driver, but, you know, with a putt, you're only just caressing it as opposed to whacking it. This will be slick too, not overly slick for Wiesberger, but it's just gently downhill here. So again, this is pace putt, chance to hole it, but a little off the left. can see he didn't want to give that too much of a run, did he? That is quick, nice pace.
Yeah, well judged. You want to be hitting it close early in the round, obviously, but also a good lag putt from distance can settle things and just reinforce that you have got the pace of the greens.
Yeah, absolutely. But just give you an idea, if you've got a slightly nervous disposition, anything above the hole, it's not so good if the hands are not quite in the same sync as the brain cells.
I think a few of the amateurs and celebrities in the Pro-Am yesterday might have come a cropper on the greens above the hole. I saw some fiery putts running past yesterday. It was a great day though. So 17-2 to make it, 12-1 on to miss it. Now, most of that will be based on the distance, but bearing in mind how quick this is and how difficult we saw it was for Wiesberger, you have to certainly go even more towards this is one you're not looking to hole, isn't it? You just lag it down there.
Yep. Well, it's very similar to his putt on the first hole, so he should have a pretty good idea of pace. You can see. And maybe not as much downhill as the first. And that shows you how sensitive these guys are to the feel on the greens. Severity of the slope, he went 4 feet past on the opening hole, so it's not a surprise he's left that one a hair short, but there is the difference between sometimes success and failure.
Yeah, it was right in the jaws. From one angle it looked like it was overhanging the lip, from the other it wasn't quite so clear, but I think that's another debate that was gotten into quite deeply in Europe's fantastic Solheim Cup win recently, but just goes to show what a difference the camera angle can make.
Now here's a tricky putt for Rose.
Well, 16-1 to hold this seems very short to me from this kind of range, and bearing in mind that little tier that he's got to contend with.
I think I might have a very, very good bet here on no, he's not going to make it.
I would be right with you, Warren.
I mean, 25-1 is very generous here. A lot of break from left to right, down the hill very quick. Yes, I think I might have had a substantial amount on that.
It's almost one of those ones where you would think he's more likely to 3-putt it than 1-putt it. And not just Justin Rose, any golfer.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that went a long way short. I knew it was short, but I didn't realise it was this short, the first putt.
We're not over yet. He's got that to avoid a 4-putt.
Adam Scott using the aim point there, just feeling for the slope in his feet. See so many players using that these days. He'll have worked out that the slope was a 1 by that system. That means he holds up that one finger.
Yeah.
And how far right or left of the hole that appears gives you where you want to aim the ball and start it. Has he worked it out correctly? Not quite.
Probably a finger out too much on the right.
It's all about the depth perception as well, how far you hold the finger away from you. I can see you're shaking your head, Warren. You're not convinced, are you?
No, no. You can talk to me for as many hours as you want. You will not convince me that aim point is in any way a way to read greens, but there you go. I mean, if it suits Adam, great, but I just don't see any value in it whatsoever.
Well, I'm delighted to say we've got many hours together ahead of us this week over the next 4 days on the Betcast.
And you will not convince me.
And I will try at various points.
You might try, but you're not going to succeed. I think that might be a little bit of a hard case. Now, this is a great opportunity. A, because this man is a really good putter. A little bit of left to right break. Yes. Feel like shelling peas. See, if you get it inside 15 feet on these greens, don't have too much break. You've got a great opportunity to hole it. Greens pretty good early on. I got the feeling with that overnight rain, they might just spike a little bit in the afternoon, but of course you can tap the spikes down, so it may not be too bad for the afternoon starters. Now this is where you win tournaments. You know, it looks fairly straightforward here. Well, he should just pop this one in. There's not too much break, but you've still got to graft. You've still got to gut it out. You've still got to put a really good stroke on these little ones. Line it up properly. These are not formalities. Yeah, well done.
Well, bearing in mind where he was with his second shot in that left-hand front bunker off the first, and making that solid 2-putt there, that's a very tidy start for Justin Rose, isn't it, to be 1 under par at this point? And a very tidy shirt as well, I like that. He'd be a bit camouflaged against some of the foliage there on the Wentworth clubhouse. Of course, everything adorned in gold, reminding you this is a Rolex Series event, the BMW PGA Championship. And it's Robin Roussel who's clawed his way to the top of the leaderboard, 3 under par through 11. 4 birdies on the card, just a 1 drop shot. He turned in 33, then made a 2 at the par 3 10th. Joachim Hansen, Jordan Smith, Andrew Beef Johnston, and the big hitting Nicholas Colsaerts there at 2 under par as well. And you can see the couple of gold stars next to Justin Rose's name, who's at 1 under par, part of our featured groups here on the European Tour Betcast. And that denotes the fact that he does have 2 Rolex Series victories on his CV already. Sky's a little bit greyer today. And that's the view off of the 4th tee. You mentioned the undulations, and this one, well, it plays pretty severely downhill. You can see you can't really see the landing area. You're just hitting it off on your chosen line. And
yeah.
What will that line be, Warren?
It'll be just right of the tree line that you can see down the left side, because the whole dogleg's severely right to left and then goes down a big hill, down a big valley. There'll just be a 3-wood off the tee for most players today.
So slowish start for game 13, the second of our featured groups this morning. Marshall and Wiesberger have both slipped over par, but Poulter level par. And it is a tricky-ish start round here, isn't it? As you said earlier, you just want to feel your way into the round, and then you start getting a few more scoring opportunities.
Yes, definitely. I mean, 4th is a par 5 they can comfortably hit in 2. Then there's a couple of short par 4s after that.
If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the Plexi Kings, 1 in a million, the billions I had to say. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the Plexi Kings, 1 in a million, the billions I had to say.
Magnificent scenes there in Ryder Cups gone by. Of course, Thomas Bjorn lifting the trophy in Paris 3 years ago now, and those are the 9 players currently in pole position for the automatic spots. But with double points available this week, and it being a Rolex Series event, so there being 8,000 points up for grabs anyway, still a lot of volatility, a lot that can change. Billy Horschel over in the trees. We saw him go left. Ian Poulter is there, a man looking to get himself into that Ryder Cup team. And let's have a look at the odds for the top English players. Well, we said Englishmen have fared very well here at Wentworth in recent years, and Tyrrell Hatton, who won it last time, is the 7-1 favourite amongst the English players to finish top of that bunch. Matt Fitzpatrick 15-2. Tommy Fleetwood 9-1, coming off a runner-up finish in the DS Automobiles Italian Open last week. Marco Simone, where that was played, of course, will be a Ryder Cup venue as well. And Ian Poulter 11-1. And that Ryder Cup record that you can see in the bottom right, well, he's known as the postman in the Ryder Cup because he always delivers. And I think we'll probably see him there in Whistling Straits, whatever happens over the next 4 days or so, Warren. But Billy Horschel with a bit of work to do here from just into the tree line down the left.
Yeah, not sure where he's lining up there. I think he's just having a little practice swing because his Don't think he's got to hit a very strong draw here. It's just a little bit of a draw. It doesn't actually suit where the flag is, but it looks like he can keep it underneath the trees. So probably got to draw this about, I don't know, 20 yards maybe. Decent lie, but it's a flying lie. Well, he's got the rights going, hasn't he? Right on the first hole, off the tee, then left, right with his approach to the second. Left off the tee there, and then right with his approach shot. So nothing is online at all at the moment for Horschel.
Yeah, most of the misses early did come right. He did miss left into the first green, but that was really down to the lie and the undulations as much as anything. To chuck that miss left in there, you know, a two-way miss is hard to score with on a golf course, isn't it? So Poulter 10-3 on to make the par from here. 5-1 birdie or better. 11-2 bogey. Well, it's a good angle. We saw 3 tee shots from a similar position. 170 yards he's got. So can he catch that little slope in the middle of the green? The reaction tells you it's not going where intended.
Oh dear, wow. Wow, that's no wonder he's hanging his head a little bit there. Not quite sure what went on there for him, but he's got a horror neck shot.
I mean, it looks bogey or worse all day long from where he's hit that.
Ball a little bit below his feet will suit him trying to cut this one in. Again, might have been in between clubs. Maybe went for a soft 8 there. 160 coming up the hill.
He'll have the tier to deal with. 14th in the race to Dubai, having a very good season. Back in 2019 when he won twice, he got himself into the top 5 of the race to Dubai. So it's been a really good 2 or 3 years for Wiesberger. He's elevated his game to new levels. 35 years old now, so he's been around a while. If there is the question mark over him, though, it's perhaps his performances in those biggest events. Yet to record a top 10 in a major. His best is tied 15th. That came at the PGA Championship in 2014. Rory McIlroy won that one, and Wiesberger played alongside McIlroy in the final pairing and just slipped away. Poulter getting up. He hated it off of the club face, and I think he's going to dislike it even more when he gets there. You can see it, it's on the downslope, playing over the bunker, short-sided, and you know if you go more than about 10 paces or 10 feet past that flag, you're going up over the tee and leave yourself a horrible putt back, Warren.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's going to be close enough where he can maybe even use that tier behind. If it runs up, and he might be able to sort of run it back. If he's got half a lie, then with a lob wedge with so much height, he may be able to get the ball to stop. But my goodness me, with the greens being as firm as they are, he's got to play some absolute miracle shot.
And this is no fun for Horschel either.
No, but he is further back, so he can play, you know, more of a full shot. He can use height to help him here, but again, you've got to get this perfectly, because if you're going to go for the high flop shot, bunker in between.
9-4 on for bogey or worse. I know I backed him to get up and down from the first, and he managed to do it, but I've got to be favouring the bogey here, unfortunately.
He's gone for the massive height. Can he control the length? I think he'd be disappointed with the direction.
Right of the pin, but he did get it on the correct tier, so a huge difference, just a couple of feet further up or further to the left and coming over the brow of that tier, and it's a totally different proposition.
See what the stance here for Poulter, feet just a little bit below. question is how much grass is going to be trapped between the club face and the ball. If it's, oh gosh, now that gives you a much better view of what he's got. But he can get the club underneath the ball, so he will be able to get some height, but he's got to be delicate.
11 to 8 on is the bogey or worse.
And he is going to use the slope. Is it going to come back a bit? Come on, back down, back down, back down, back down. Well done. Yeah. Played the odds there.
Yeah, excellently predicted by Warren and wonderfully executed by Ian Poulter. You can see Bernd Wiesberger just a shade inside 30 feet, but it is that tier running through the middle of that green that he has to contend with that makes this one so tricky.
Yeah, again, probably about 8 or 10 feet ahead of him. You can see where the lighter patch of grass is going diagonally across the screen. That's where it starts to hit the slope, gather pace.
It's got to be a lump on at 14 to 1 on to miss, hasn't it? Surely from here it would take something very special.
Yeah.
Well, here's a great statistic. 8 European Tour wins for Wiesberger, the most by a player ever not to represent Europe in a Ryder Cup.
Got to win the right tournaments. There's the slope now. Once again, perfect for weight. And they won't be unhappy at that.
You've got to win the right tournaments and at the right time. I think if the Ryder Cup had happened when it was scheduled 12 months ago, it would have been hard to see Bernd Wiesberger not on the team.
Yeah.
But with what's happened in the 12 months since, he's just drifted out of qualification. Victor Perez, another player in the same boat who was looking really good early in the qualification period, now with a lot of work to do to get in there. As we see Justin Rose, Adam Scott, Matt Fitzpatrick, can't quite see him there. It's been a strange year for Justin Rose, really, hasn't it? He has had some good results, and they've tended to come in the bigger events. A couple of top 10s in majors, tied second early in the year at the Saudi International, which attracted a very good field. He's just struggled for consistency, which is something that he always had in bucket loads, and certainly when he got to world #1, he was just churning out good result after good result. What is it in the game that you think has just held Justin Rose back over the last couple of years?
Well, he won't like me to say it, but I think he's gone too technical. I think he got to a stage with his game where it was really top-notch. And, of course, players are always trying to improve, but sometimes when you fiddle too much, then you can just push yourself the other way, and instead of getting better, you can get a little bit less consistent.
Well, that was a great putt from Horscher there. He did make the up and down again. 2 sensational par saves early on at the first and the third, and he was longish odds to get up and down from there. 14 to 5 for the putt as well.
2 great par saves, but he's over par for the first 3 holes, and that's what Wentworth is like. It's so hard on these opening 3 just to play them in par. You play them under par, you've got the course by the throat. This would be a great up and down on the left edge at dead pace. Well done, Ian. Brilliant. Again, that will do him a lot of good. He won't like the second shot, though. He's in a good frame of mind at the moment, though, I think.
Yeah, good to see him smiling and having a little laugh and a joke with Billy Horschel there. They both appear to be pretty relaxed out there. No doubt feeding off the energy from the crowds as well.
Yeah, how good is it to see the crowds in here? 25,000 a day they're hoping for, maybe even more.
Yeah, when I got out there, had a little walk around the course yesterday during the Pro-Am. A wealth of stars were out there as well, whether you're into your sports, your music, acting, films, anything you like. There's a few reality TV stars out there. Spider-Man was in action, Tom Holland. Niall Horan, of course, so involved. And that's one thing this tournament, the BMW PGA Championship, does really well as we just look down the leaderboard. It's a festival of golf now. We've got music acts playing in the evening over at the Spectator Village. A wonderful turnout yesterday. The celebs absolutely loving it, and it really helps spread golf, spread the message. People that may not ordinarily be tuning in or be aware of golf might see their favourite singer, see their favourite sports star from another sport playing and think, I'll give that a go. And the buzz around the place yesterday with those stars here, the sun out, big crowds, the star-studded field enjoying themselves. It was wonderful to see and feel again, and that's going to carry through the week with those 25,000 spectators a day. So we've got a little bit of a delay up ahead, waiting for a ruling. So our first feature group held up here on the 4th. And let's see a few highlights so far. Adam Scott, well, this was his tee shot at the 2nd. Well, he's staring it down, and why not? First hop looked like it was going in. A little bit of spin, just pulled it back from the hole at the very last moment. Justin Rose, the Englishman, needing a big week to force his way into the Ryder Cup. He made an excellent up and down from the bunker to save his par on the first and poured this one in for a birdie at 2. A really good start from him. And Matt Fitzpatrick split the fairway, lovely approach shot in, and that was the birdie. That's what he does best, find the bottom of the cup from that kind of range. And now a pause on the 4th tee. Warren, you're just sort of getting into the round, getting a bit of momentum, and then suddenly you have to wait for 10 or 15 minutes on a tee as there's a ruling in front.
Yeah, not quite sure what the ruling's about, but they do get used to these situations, players.
And there are the odds for the tournament. As things stand, Victor Hovland, the highest ranked player in the field, and he's the 9-to-1 favourite. Shane Lowry at 16-to-1. He's become a father again in the last week or so, a little baby daughter. Said he hasn't been practicing a huge amount, understandably, before he actually got onto property here. Caught up with him on Tuesday morning, had a couple of new wedges in the bag that he was just trying to groove in. He's an absolute magician with those clubs, so I'm sure he won't have any problems. He's got an excellent record here at Wentworth. Hasn't won.
Watch out for players who've just had a baby in their life. Thinking of John Rahm.
The nappy factor.
Yes. Well, the jubilation, the elation you get just makes you feel so good that, you know, you take that exuberance onto the course and you can suddenly do things that you didn't think were possible.
So a little look at how the 4th has been playing so far. The tee shots. We've had one eagle, that's the yellow ball all the way down there on the right-hand side. That came from Jordan Smith. Just the 1 or 5 bogeys and worse. You saw one of them from a short miss right. But there's a lot of red balls there indicating birdies, Warren.
Yeah, I think you'd see sort of maybe 10, 15 eagles here, I would have thought, throughout the course of the day. But it's going to be a 3-wood and a medium iron, short iron. You can drive it a long way down the hill. 375 to run out to the ditch, but you can get sometimes 60, 70 yards of run on this hole. So, you know, find the fairway, and then really birdies are like pars and eagles are like birdies.
Yeah, it's averaging 4.73 early here on the opening day. We saw those odds to win. Who do you fancy?
Oh, do you know, I haven't even thought about winners yet, but I think one of the players in the group that we're watching, Fitzpatrick, I think's got a great chance. Because, you know, he is straight, as we said, off the tee. A really good putter. As an outsider, absolute outsider. Ooh. I was thinking of Callum Smith. Callum Smith, who won recently. No,
Callum Hill.
Callum Hill.
Yeah,
That's
promising young Scotsman.
Well, he's more under par than anybody so far this season. I just think the way that he plays No, he didn't have a great week last week, but I think he might bounce back.
Okay, who's going for the longest drive? Well, Matt Fitzpatrick, the favourite at 7-4. Adam Scott, 21-10. Well, he was the longest on the third, so I'm going with Adam Scott as Fitzy stripes a good one there.
Well, I might have gone the other way because he's hitting driver and the other's going to be hitting 3 woods. You can see the slope. If you get the right kick off the slope, you can go miles. If you miss the slope and carry it down onto the flat, obviously you'll get less run. Very easy to let it drift into the right-hand rough. That's why you've got to hug down the left side. You just want to be right of the left-hand trees that you can see. As the hole bends right to left. Just in aim in this one. Almost down the right side, setting up to draw it. Yeah, that's drawing back onto the perfect line. Must be, oh, just missing that left rough. Maybe that's the difference between 3 wood and a driver. If you'd have got that on the fairway, that would have motored on down the hill.
Yeah, that's cost him a good 40 or 50 yards, hasn't it? Yeah. Catching that, and also just missed the fairway, still on the first cut of rough, so won't count in the longest drive.
Can I go for Adam Scott for the
longest drive? Are you changing it now?
Well, only now because I don't think anyone's hit the fairway.
Take 7-iron, Adam. Just find the fairway. No, here he goes.
He's also gone for the draw. I don't think it's as far left, is it?
I think he started that a touch further right than Justin. And
look at the difference. Look at the difference. I mean, that's huge, isn't it? Oh, wow. That's so 3 feet difference. One pitching in the semi, one pitching in the rough, 70 yards.
Well, let's have a little look ahead to the Ryder Cup coming our way from Whistling Straits.
If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the Black Kings, 1 in a million, the billions I had to say. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the Black Kings, 1 in a million, the billions I had to say.
Just a couple of weeks away now at Whistling Straits. That is the team as it lines up currently on the left-hand side. Of course, Podrick Harrington, the captain, will have a trio of picks, and they'll be announced Sunday evening, pretty soon after the conclusion of this tournament. Well, ones to watch on the right-hand side, Wiesberger, McIntyre and Perez. And you feel each one of those probably needs a win this week if they're going to force their way in. Ian Poulter and Sergio Garcia very much at the forefront of Podrick Harrington's mind. You would think they've pretty much wrapped up the picks, a couple of those picks, unless Poulter wins and forces his way into the automatic here. But who's going to get the third one if it boils down to that?
Yeah, but what happens if an absolute outsider should come in, force his way in, might be a long way down the ranks, and then suddenly the captain's got an awkward decision to make?
Well, absolutely, and Wiesberger there at 5th in the European points, just 1 spot outside of the automatic qualifiers, is the man in pole position to jump in from outside.
And there have been numerous occasions where the person next on the points list has missed out because a captain has thought, you know what, I want the experience of so-and-so, who may be 10, 15, 20 places further down the rankings. So there is no certainty for these players. The only thing they can do is play their very best this week and hope for the best.
Yeah, I spoke to Henrik Stenson earlier in the week on Tuesday, and obviously he's now playing 4 weeks in a row, making a real effort on the European Tour to get into that team. He said it's probably been a decade since he's played 4 events in 4 weeks on the European Tour. Shows his commitment to it. And I asked him, with everything going on around, all the permutations, how do you possibly stay focused on this golf tournament, which is hugely important and significant in itself, let alone what's going on with the Ryder Cup? And obviously he's an experienced head. He said you just have to take it 1 shot at a time. A little bit of a cliche, but he's spot on. All you can do is control what you can control. And it's when you start thinking about those other things that you lose focus on what you're doing, and perhaps things slip for you personally.
Well, that's it. I always used to tell Pro-Am partners, you know, you get on the first tee, they're nervous. I said, look, concentrate on hitting the ball, just look at the ball, and if you look at it hard enough, all the other distractions disappear. And you know, you can't give them a swing tip, but just to calm the nerves. Normally people's focus, they're worried about what the crowd are doing. You know, who's watching me? Am I going to make contact with the ball? Will I miss it? Will I do that? All the things that you shouldn't be thinking about other than making contact with the ball. And the cliche one shot at a time is if you can focus 100% on trying to play that very best shot, then all the pressures actually disappear and you don't get nervous. You just concentrate on that shot. But it's so hard to learn. Best player in the world that has done it in the past, I would have to say Nicholas and Tiger. They're supreme at it, but the others find it difficult.
No coincidence, they're the two greatest ever to have played the game.
Yeah,
certainly in terms of major victories. So confirmation wonderfully that Adam Scott was the only player to find the fairway and the longest. Therefore that's the longest drive for him on this hole. Justin Rose just missing to the left. We saw those balls can't have pitched more than 3 to 5 yards difference, he and Scott, and just catching the rough or hitting the fairway made a huge difference. And here are the odds to win the hole. Adam Scott rightly 5 to 4 on favourite. Fitzpatrick 3 to 1 from the right hand rough. Rose 9 to 4 from the left hand semi. Who do you fancy, Warren?
Well, I think this is supremely difficult to hit the green from here. It's only 257. They've got plenty of power, but I'm not sure whether that's I think that's a 5-wood. It has to be a 5-wood for Rose. So he's going for loft here, trying to hold the green. It slopes severely from right to left. It's a very tiny gap if he tries to run it in between the bunkers. So if he flies it over the left-hand bunker, then he's got a hell of a job to actually hold the green. So high tariff shot.
Yeah, my thinking is we're likely to see a couple of birdies here. Scott plus one more. It's an aggressive line from Rose.
Yeah, it's pulled across, it fell forward, so all the power was going left. A little bit on his toes there, lost balance. Never going to hit the green.
But he does have plenty of the putting surface to work with. So if he can get up and down from there, that would be for a birdie. Well, Fitzpatrick has already played, and that's his ball there just at the front of the green.
And even here for Scott, he's not quite all the way to the bottom of the slope, so still on a slight downslope, so that's going to de-loft the club. So you're going to have a lower flight coming in. And all he's trying to think about is, what do I need to carry that front left bunker? So if he carries that, it'll probably skip on up to the hole. Only got 14 paces to work with from the front edge. So needs some height on this.
Expected that to release a touch more, perhaps.
Yeah, he came across it a lot, cut it, so went for the high soft one. Again, might have had one more club in his bag, tried to soften the impact a little bit going through. The first couple of shots we've seen going into the green has been very fluid. He's hit really full shots. That was certainly saved a little.
Robin Roussel has birdied the par 5 12th to get to 4 under par. Grant Forrest tucked in behind at 3 under. Recent winner on the tour at the Hero Open in his native Scotland, up at Fairmont St Andrews. And just going back to some of those predictions, you mentioned an outsider. There's a few that I've been having a little look at longer odds this week as well, and we'll just take a look. Longest drive for this hole, Billy Horschel, 9 to 5 favourite. Ian Poulter 2 to 1, Bernd Wiesberger also 2 to 1. Well, 17 to 2 that no one hits the fairway. None of these guys are power hitters, certainly. I mean, Wiesberger statistically is just the longer, so I might be inclined to go for him here.
I think this one is all about who's the cutest, who can actually hit the slope. So it's not about overall power.
And obviously you have to hit the fairway, so it's all very well hitting it miles, but if it's not on the short stuff, it doesn't count. So accuracy needs to be taken into account as well.
And most players hit cuts these days, but actually Wentworth is a draw as course. If you can draw the ball off the tee, then you've got an advantage. So Poulter stepping up to draw it, but it's not his natural shot. He's aiming this one a long way right. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's very hard for a player to suddenly play a shot which is not their normal one. Try to hit the strong draw there, and that is, well, that could be good night.
Yeah, you can see all the spectators dashing away to the right-hand side, outside of the walkway, as we have a little look at where those second shots have ended up. So it's just under 40 feet for Adam Scott for his eagle. Fitzpatrick and Rose not on the putting surface, but with relatively straightforward shots, Warren.
I'm saying 3-4s here.
3-4s? I think that's a pretty good bet.
A lot depends on the lie here. It is quite thick around the edges, a little bit thicker than it has been normally, and he's got a little slope to come up the last 15 feet, so all the way uphill, so he can play this one fairly well up to the hole. Pitch it into the slope maybe. Ooh, I might have to change my mind. Well, that could have been the lie. He's not made it up the tier, and for Justin that's really an unforced error.
You're doing a lot of changing your mind early doors today, Warren. I commit to your early predictions.
Yeah, yes, I'll take the splinter out of my backside.
Yeah, like you say, if that was sat up, that to me looked like maybe just came a touch high off the blade, a little less ball speed. When it's sitting up in the rough, it's so easy for that to happen. So yeah, 10-3 on. He's got the flat stick from just off the edge of the green, Matt Fitzpatrick. 12-5 for the par. It is a long putt, this. Any chance we see him 3-putt rather than 2-putt, Warren?
Well, there is a chance. My goodness me, blimey. O'Reilly. Well, that's two shots I did not expect.
No, I have to agree. And it is the 3-wood for Wiesberger, looking to draw it round and catch that slope, just like we saw Adam Scott do.
Again, easier to draw a ball, but again, his natural shot left to right. So that's maybe why it just held up straight. Ooh, perched up. Might be a lucky boy there.
So if you took the longer odds of no one hitting the fairway,
yeah.
Very interested now with just Billy Horschel to go.
Yeah, so it's got to be the who's the cutest. Well, is it going to be an eagle?
14-1 says it will go in.
I tell you, he is looking very good to me. In terms of the way he's playing, the look of his game, he's got some good confidence, putting well.
Yeah, 18th on the PGA Tour this season in strokes gained putting, picking up 0.475 putts per round.
And a man not interested in the Ryder Cup. Doesn't feature. President's Cup maybe, but that's not going to be in a few weeks' time.
Well, absolutely, a clear mind for him. He's not eligible for the race to Dubai, not a European Tour member currently, so he's just here for a big week.
He's here for the tournament.
A fantastic event.
Yeah, and a win, and yeah, let all the other boys worry about.
I've got a red light here.
Ryder Cup or whatever.
11-1 on, says Justin Rose. Misses this. 15-2, says he holds it. What does Warren Humphreys say?
I think this is a 2-putt all day long. Don't hold too many of these. Makeable, of course, but not that often. Yeah, good effort, but no cigar.
Were you a little worried there as that was about halfway along? It looked to me like it had a chance.
Yeah. Well, is it really good putter? Definition of a good putter is, you know, you always think they're going to make it, or you always think it's got a chance of going across the green, but you know, they probably, if they make a third of their putts in a round, they're doing well. 2/3, they've had a fantastic day, but you don't hold them all.
And the impressive thing for Justin Rose is that he has turned himself into a really, really good putter. And this man has always been that way.
He'll be disappointed if he does 3-putt, and he has. Although it will go down as a 2-putt green if he knocks that one in, because he used the putter from off the green. But we all know he took the flat stick.
Yeah, you don't see Matt Fitzpatrick 3-putt too often, whether he's on the green or starting just off it. So a bit of a surprise there. Rose and Fitzpatrick failing to convert for a birdie.
Well, he's played that hole 6 times now. He's got a 50% birdie rate, so he's played that hole in the first round, 4.5. And that's probably the average for the hole.
Yeah, I think it was playing 4.75, but of course we're very early in the day today. Scott does tidy up for his birdie. As you say, Warren, he's looking very good in all facets of the game at the moment. The only really negative shot was that opening birdie putt on the first, which was a little bit weak, but since then he's looked good.
Well, he's got the course by the throat now, because he's coming to some of the scoring holes, more par 5, and of course this course finishes with 2 par 5s, so you've got a chance to finish birdie birdie or even eagle eagle.
Poulter's got a little bit fortunate here by the looks of it. Slightly trampled down grass from the spectator walkway, although he's just in the greener stuff still, but that could have been a lot worse with a bad first bounce.
Yeah, there's a patch of rough about 40 yards short of the green, or 60 yards short of the green. You can see there, doesn't want to go in that. So you've either got to take something, get over that, or lay it up short and then pitch it on. He's a long way back.
Yeah, 20 yards. Okay.
There is a look at that lie. So should be able to get pretty good access into the back of the ball without too much grass getting caught between club face and ball.
I think he's still trying to lay this one down. It's a long way back. He must have clipped the trees and gone backwards.
You have to be quite
Wow,
gentle going down.
that has gone a long way left.
On the tee.
So much so, I don't think the spectators whose heads it's flown over really have a clue where it's ended up, and I'm not sure, unfortunately, Ian Poulter does either. Wiesberger a little further forward. As Warren said, it did sit up quite nicely when it came to rest.
And he's also got the hybrid out. So trying to help him cut through the grass, there's wet grass. Trouble is, once you get water trapped between the club face and the ball, it can easily slide off the face of the club, but he's controlled that really well. Shows you how far back he was. He couldn't even pitch that on the front edge, so had to be a good 260 yards away.
Yeah, he's in Matt Fitzpatrick country, down just at the front edge of that green, but it is a par 5, of course, so 2 putts from there for the birdie. Fitzpatrick couldn't do it, but Wiesberger a touch closer to the putting surface.
I know, it's got to be a cut one. But yeah, where's the pin? That's right. Oh, okay, I thought it was back. I see it. The only key here is got to be left. Do you think the guy can get there? think it can get the front, but what I like about private is it takes this out, and this is okay, it's an uphill chip. I'm with this club. That bunker's a long bunker shot. I really like this, mate. What's your line? Just confirm the line with me. So I'm going to try and start it sort of on the left edge of the bunker and hit a big cut. Awesome. You like that?
Well, good caddy. He's taking the front bunker out by taking the 5 wood. He's told his man, whatever you do, don't go right. But he's told him in a way, not don't go right, but left is better. Left is an easy chip. So he's given him all the positive vibes. The only thing I don't like about what Horschel has said is he's going to hit a big cut. So if he's aiming on the right-hand edge of the left-hand bunker and he hits a big cut, he's going to miss the green right, especially off this lie with the ball slightly below his feet. And we know he's missed a few right already.
13 to 8 on to make the birdie or better, but bearing in mind the slightly squirrely ball striking so far, maybe 7 to 5 for the par's not such a bad shout.
Fight. Fight.
Yeah, it was a great conversation with the caddy there. That's just bounced through the back, and that's tricky, Warren.
Yeah, going long. Left was okay, long, slightly more difficult.
It's Mark Fulcher on the bag for Billy Horschel, known as Fooch, former long-time caddy of Justin Rose. So Fitzpatrick finds the green. Wow, 75 feet for Bernd Wiesberger. It will be a long putt. And I think you can see all the crowds there. Top middle of your screen. And there is Ian Poulter just in front of them.
Well, he's had 2 breaks, hasn't he, on this hole? Got lucky with the first. He's got lucky with the second because A, they've found it and it must have come out of the trees. 156 yards to go. Can he smash a wedge on the green here? Or even get it up somewhere close to the green? Got half a chance, but bird's nesty lie. No, not bad.
If I was Ian Poulter, I'd be playing the lottery this week, the amount of luck he's had there. I mean, that second shot was a long way left.
Yeah.
And hit those trees hard and pretty high up. To get to there is an excellent result. There's Justin Rose on the 5th, 196 yards. Pin 14 yards on, 6 from the left today.
Has had 4 twos on this hole. Justin Rose in the first round of the BMW PGA set himself up for another one here.
I think it could be number 5. I think it could be number 5. I was talking about some outsiders earlier. I didn't get the chance to chuck any names at you, Warren, but quite like the way Masahiro Kawamura, the Japanese player, is going along at the moment. We could have got him at 70 to 1 before a ball was struck. Matthias Schwab, 66 to 1. A great ball striker, perhaps not the best putter, but a very consistent player. Hot off a couple of good finishes to earn his PGA Tour card on the Corn Ferry Tour finals. And Shubhankar Sharma, the Indian, just coming into a bit of form at the back end of the season as well. So,
yeah,
if you're looking for a little bit of each way or longer odds value, they would be 3 I'd certainly point you in the direction of.
You've been doing some thinking, haven't you? Be careful.
A little bit, but I tend to stop when it starts hurting. So
right, okay.
I can't do too much.
Mine's soft, I'm at the wide point.
Not seen a birdie yet from this group. The 4th is a fantastic opportunity for one. But after being out of position all the way down the hole, this is Ian Poulter's 4th shot. Well, he's evens to get up and down from for the par. Slight favourite is bogey or worse at 11 to 8 on, but this guy's an absolute wizard with the short game. His pitching, chipping, and his putting is fantastic. So come on, he's had some luck to get it here. Let's make the most of it. I think he makes par from here for evens.
Yeah, your crystal ball is as shiny as ever early on in the week.
Got special polish for it.
Yeah.
Adam Scott, well, it still looks a little bit unwieldy, doesn't it? That long putter with the massive mallet club head. But he's found a way to make it work.
Now I'm just going to give you just some other names to throw into the mix. Minwoo Lee, outsider.
Well, we saw him win in the first European Tour Betcast, live from the Aberdeen Scottish Open earlier this season.
Garrick Higo.
Yeah, left-hander. I like him a lot.
Robert McIntyre. Now, wouldn't that be one?
And that would get him a spot on the Ryder Cup team, I suspect.
So I've named 2 lefties too.
Yeah, well, with the draw being suited, so 9-4 on birdie or better. Well, hello, 17-10 for the par.
What even about Lee Westwood? What a year he's had.
Well, he's in the automatic spots for the Ryder Cup, so in theory,
no pressure.
He doesn't have to worry about that. He's not absolutely guaranteed, but it's, you know, he knows a solid week gets him there.
It's juicy, isn't it? It's a juicy week this week. It is a great field. Fitzpatrick for his 2 on 5. A little bit of over borrow there.
I think that's the biggest miss I've seen from Matt Fitzpatrick on a putt of that length for about 5 years. So this is 45-1 to go in for Bernd Wiesberger. You can see just how much break he's playing on this eagle putt from short, and well, he forgot to hit it.
Well, he's done exactly the same thing Fitzpatrick did, and I think by going so high, they think it's going to be quick coming back down the hill, and they undercook it. But I mean, to undercook it by that much, just again shows you how they are. He's just given it there. See, I thought it was going to be quicker coming down the hill. Here's a great chance. How's your crystal ball?
Well, you said he'd had 4 already. I think this might become 5 on this hole in opening rounds at BMW PGA Championships.
So between us there, we did quite well. I think that was a team 2.
Yeah, I think we can take that.
2 2s. Tell you, if you play the par 3s well round Wentworth, you are quids in.
Great try from Horschel, but he just left himself too much to do with that.
And I will say one thing, if you do not birdie the par 5s around here, you are making life super tough. Because really this is a par 4 today, so 5 is going to feel like a bogey. 17 and 18, we've said they're good, you know, birdie opportunities. They've been made harder since the change by Ernie Els, but certainly the 12th, you know, that's a par 5. You've got to be thinking as a par 4. So eagle chances on this hole and on 12. Good solid 4 chances on 17 and 18, but you've got to take them.
Statistically speaking, putting is the weakness, if there is one, in Bernd Wiesberger's arsenal. Not a bad putter by any stretch of the imagination, but not quite up to scratch with the rest of his game.
Oh, that's extraordinary. 2 top-line pros right on the front edge of the green, not really ever looking like making a 2-putt. Wow.
So looking at the start that Justin Rose made, just got me thinking, I wonder if Padraig Harrington's tuning in this morning. Obviously he's playing a little later alongside Tyrrell Hatton and Victor Hovland. They'll be part of our Betcast coverage tomorrow morning. As Adam Scott rolls that one in for his 3. Yeah. Will Mr. Harrington be having a little look, the skipper, and just keeping an eye on who's doing what this week?
I suspect Padraig Harrington thinks he's got a good chance of winning himself. Probably should be asleep. Now, par putt for Poltz. This would be some par. This would be some par. Well done. Yeah.
It's a miracle par.
He did make par. I can't believe it.
That's like me when I normally finish a hole, pointing on over the place, trying to count upwards of a lot of numbers. What did I actually get there?
Well, he probably felt he's kept an 8 off his card there.
Yeah, I mean, fortune favours the brave, and it certainly did for Ian Poulter there.
Gosh, this is a good hole now. The 6 always used to be a little short par 4.
So how many drives are hitting the fairway? 19 to 10, just the one. 10 to 1, none of them. Let's go for a couple at 23 to 20. I got that in just before that landed.
Well, you should say it should be 3 out of 3 with the 3 wood in their hands, but because the fairway's a little bit on the fiery side, you can actually hit the fairway and bound into the rough.
Well, this is it, hitting the fairway and keeping it on the fairway. Two different things at Wentworth at the moment.
2 different things. This might not even be a 3 wood. Is that a utility club he's got there? Could be.
Looks like it's got a bit of depth to it front to back. I think it is the 3 wood.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Come out of there. Well, it has come out. Did that creep its way back onto the fairway as well? It's touch and go. If it hasn't, it's not too far off it from where those trees have spat it out.
He's worried because there's out of bounds over there on the right. You do not want to do that. He's looking.
So.
I don't think it made it back on the fairway, though.
Possibly not on the fairway. So Warren thinks not on the fairway. So if that's the case.
He's got the driver. Now, this is a tough driving hole with a driver. Slope on the fairway right to left, kicking it into the left rough. This could be right bunker, is it? That's right, but that's where you do not want to be.
So for the sake of my prediction, we're praying that Adam Scott's ball did somehow find its way back onto the very right edge of the fairway as Ian Poulter hits his tee shot on the par 3 fifth.
Well, you're praying.
Yeah, I'm praying, maybe not you.
And that's not made it onto the green, but it'll be very quick from there. That's slick downhill. Never seen him look so chirpy. Oh, actually, it's not so much downhill. I thought that was more hole highs, a little bit on the short side. So, still will be quick though.
He is very relaxed, isn't he, Poulter? And he was earlier this week as well when we saw him out on the course in the Pro-Am.
Hard flag to get out on this little top shelf on the left. See, they just want to carry the left bunker. And that's not so good.
It's not quite happening for Bernd Wiesberger at the moment. But of course, still an awful long way to go. Only the 6th or 5th hole rather in the opening round, so. Billy Horschel, his proximity statistics, which is basically how close he hits the ball, aren't great this season. So for me, over 10.5 feet at 16 to 1 all day long. I don't think we've seen 5 tee shots on this hole. I don't think anyone's got inside 10.5 feet so far.
No. Yeah, over 10.5 all day long. All day long, especially with this man right now, because he has been a little bit left and right, nothing too straight.
Out of the bunker, latest angle.
You know, when you think he's won in Dubai the Tour Championship at the end of the year, and of course which you'd say, well, that can't possibly suit him. This guy can play any course, and I really like the way that he has confidence in his own ability, back himself most times. He's a tough cookie.
Of course, a former US amateur champion. He's won that DP World Tour Championship in Dubai a couple of times, last year and in 2016. And as I said earlier, he's up there in strokes gained off the tee, which I think would surprise a lot of people, bearing in mind he's not known to be a particularly long hitter, but he's sneaky long.
Well, I think on courses which give him a little bit of chase, he's fine. But if you played this course in the wet, then it might be difficult.
Yeah, he's on the lower side in terms of ball flight, isn't he? Yeah. But I mean, I remember interviewing him and he said, you know, if I need to hit it high, I can hit it high. Oh. He's got all the shots.
Oh, absolutely. Two-putt country here for Horschel, left to right breaking across the green, and that's very good for pace.
I think what we've seen so far is probably a good little snapshot of Billy Horschel's game at the moment. A little bit wayward in the long game, but his short game and putting very sharp and often get him out of trouble, keep him in rounds and in tournaments when things aren't going well.
Well, when he played here a couple of years ago, he started off slow, shot 72, but did have a couple of 65s, you know, in rounds 2 and 4. I think as the week went on and his body, you know, acclimatized to the change, he became a bit of a threat. So the opening rounds are the tough ones for him.
There's a lot going on talkback, isn't there? Yeah.
These are the kind of putts that have historically caused the problem for Adam Scott, especially with that long putter. You know, it's pretty stable from close range, and yeah, 66 to 1 not to make it. But a good putt, he would take that from there without doubt.
Yeah, very nice.
How much more difficult is it to control pace on those longer putts with the long shafted putter?
Well, I've never used the long shafted putter, I'd have to say, but you know, the guys that have used it all say that after a while it's just as easy as with the shorter length in terms of getting pace.
Yeah, that'll be a par for Poulter, and as you saw with the odds that popped up, that was the strong favourite as he stood over that putt.
I think the thing about the long handle putter, if you think that's the putter for you because obviously of the shorter length putts you think you're going to hole more, you'll find a way to gauge the long length ones, because you're not going to be worried so much about the shorter ones because you think you're going to hole them, but you put the other club in your hand, the shorter length thing, well, if I roll it up to 3 feet I've got no chance of holing it. So in a way it makes the longer putts with the short handle club more difficult, if you get my reasoning, not because of the technique of putting it, but because of the psychological
well, absolutely side. You see it slip into other parts of the game as well, don't you? If you're struggling with the putting, then suddenly the iron play's put under greater pressure. If your iron play isn't great, the driving, because you're worried about the shot that's coming next if you don't get it absolutely spot on.
Now this you don't see too often. Fitzpatrick is a really good putter. He's got Billy Foster down on, or and he's obviously thinking there's a bit of a double break here, maybe right to left initially and then the other way.
So we know Fitzpatrick's an excellent putter from this kind of range, but bearing in mind that shows a certain amount of indecision.
Yeah.
Do you like 5 to 4 on that he doesn't make it?
I've got a feeling that he's got less chance of making it because he's asked the man, but let's see. Well, it just didn't move, did it? No double break in that at all. And that shows you what his head is like. Other people would have indecision. No, I'm going to make my mind up. I'm going to hit it here. And he then doesn't interfere with the stroke, just goes up, goes ahead, trusts it, in she pops.
And in terms of having a caddy to bring in and help you out, it doesn't get much better than Billy Foster, does it? Of course, long-time caddy of Seve Ballesteros, Lee Westwood and a fair few others.
Yeah, he's got a very cool head, Billy. And a pretty good player himself.
A great partnership, apart from the fact that Matt Fitzpatrick supports Sheffield United and Billy Foster's a Leeds fan, as we're talking of football affiliations at the moment. A little bit of rivalry within the team there, but...
yeah, there'll be plenty of banter. But he's given Rose a great read, so Rose knows exactly how this is going to break, just inside left edge. And you just trundle it down there at perfect pace.
He started well. The putter's been a strength for 2 or 3 years now. I predicted he'd make birdie from the second shot. He's knocked it into here. 5-2 on. I'm absolutely lapping that up.
Can't get that tight on this lens.
And in it drops. Yeah, he had I think he might have thought he started that a touch too far left then. You could see by his reaction. It did look like it was hanging left. I was a touch worried as it was on its way, but took just enough break to fall in.
Might have been just because it was a little bit closer. Fitzpatrick, because it was longer, would have had more chance to turn. Scott taps in, a little bit on the side door, but it's okay. Good two-putt from the front of the green.
Yes, a well-played hole for this group. A couple of birdies for Fitzpatrick and Rose. Adam Scott stays at 2 under with that par. So solid 2 under for the group there. This is the European Tour Betcast live from the BMW PGA Championship, and you can see Justin Rose with that birdie putt there has gone to 3 under par through 6. 1 shot behind Kiradek Appy Barnrat, a Thai player, very popular, bit of a cult hero on tour. Good to see him back on the first page of a leaderboard. Well, Robin Roussel, he was leading, but he's just made a triple bogey 7 at the 15th to drop back to 1 under par.
Wiesberger with the 3-wood off the tee here, down to the fairway. The reason they keep aiming it up right there, the whole fairway slopes right to left, so it tends to make you want to aim at the right-hand bunker and draw it off, bring it in a little bit off the slope. If you can get it left half of the fairway, that's the best angle to the flag today. So we go ahead to the 7th. Lovely hole, this beautiful hole 7. Slight dogleg left to right, played down hill to a fairway which you can't quite see. There is a ditch that crosses the fairway, so they lay up short of that and then pitch up to the hill.
So this man in your picture, Justin Rose, well, we saw he started today at 30-1 to win the tournament. That fast start, and he's into 14-1 right now. Already tucked a couple of these Rolex Series events away, those back-to-back wins in the Turkish Airlines Open.
That is... oh, hello. Well, he's got a good kick, but it's not going to be great over there. Trying to get it close to the hole from that rough on the wrong side of the fairway will be tough. And again, just shows you he's really not got his A game with him at all.
We've seen a couple of good kicks in off of the trees. I don't know about you, Warren, but that never seems to happen with my golf balls when they're heading towards the trees. They go deeper, if anything.
Yeah. This is looking very good for Fitzpatrick. Ideal spot.
158 mile/hour ball speed.
Perfect for where the flag is cut. Up on the right side, 25 paces up the green, up the top tier. Now Adam. Australian. Of course, the last Australian to win a Rolex Series event was the last event which we played up in Scotland. Could it be back-to-back Australian wins? Min Woo Lee winning the Rolex event. He'd love to follow suit.
6 miles/hour more ball speed for Adam Scott there in comparison to Matt Fitzpatrick. Both safely in the fairway, but Justin Rose, the hands came off the club very quickly on the right-hand side.
And as we were saying, for English players, Rolex events have been very good. They've won 7 out of the last 9.
So Poulter just right here, but it was a very, very adventurous par for him on the 4th, Warren.
Well, he clattered the trees off the tee, got a good break, didn't make use of it. Absolutely right over the top of it, but caught the tree smack on and back into thick rough, but he could get a shot at it.
I mean, at this stage you were thinking this could be any number, but he managed, it dropped down, managed to force a wedge up to the front of the green. Well, this was absolutely sublime touch and imagination. Gave him about 3.5 feet for the par.
1, 2, 3, 4, in 5. Yeah, did make 5. Wasn't 7, 8, 9. Could have been all sorts there. Could have lost the tee shot. Could have lost the second one. Ended up making par.
Second shot on the way here. And that looks like it's found the left-hand bunker.
And again, showing evidence as why this course somehow does not suit Ian Poulter's eye. He is making hard work of it.
Well, 5 pars to this point. Yeah, you didn't. How?
Yeah.
But I guess that's what Ian Poulter does. You think he's out of a hole, you think he's having a bad day because the ball striking isn't there, and the short game saves him. He holds a long putt. And maybe that's why he's such a killer in the Ryder Cup. You think you've got him on the ropes, and then suddenly, boom, he wins a hole or gets a half, a tie out of nowhere.
Oh dear. Well, that's a huge misjudgment from Wiesberger. I mean, that's a good club and a half too long. He's gone. Where's that gone? Really?
Some fantastic evasive manoeuvres from the crowd there. It was always Matrix-style-y the way they were bending out of the way of the ball, but...
Yeah, they're good, experienced crowds here. They know their game. They know their sport.
Yeah, he's looking perplexed with that, isn't he? And you can just see there, it looks like the rain's getting a bit heavier out there. Umbrellas going up, waterproofs on.
Which means the ball slides off the club face more, and that's when you can get all sorts of funny shaped shots.
So 9-4 on for the par from here for Billy Horschel. Has he judged it? Well, he's missed it right. So they've got this green pretty well surrounded on this hole. Poulter bunker left, Horschel bunker right, Wiesberger long. No one on the putting surface in regulation.
Yeah, you might have got long odds for that.
I think he would have done. So Justin Rose, after clattering into the trees right and dropping down.
Yeah, and he looks to be a long way back. Wet, thick grass. There's the flag. So he's got to come over the big oak tree. There's a bunker short of the green, which he has to carry if he goes on a direct line. And he's got the slope of the green to contend with. So very hard. If he pitches this up on the top plateau, it'd be doing well to hold the green.
I suppose the saving grace is it's not a terribly long hole, just under 400 yards, so...
Yeah, but he's probably about 170 there. So he's done well. It's on the lower level. Be a good 2-putt from up there and a slow putt. It was a green back in the 50s. Lloyd Mangrum 4-putted. I only throw that in because my father was there watching it, and he used to tell me every single time I played this hole, he said, oh yeah, this is the green that Lloyd Mangrum in the Ryder Cup 4-putted. It took 3 goes to get it up the slope from the bottom level. Anyway, I digress.
Well, hopefully we won't see any 4 putts today or this week. But can Adam Scott get it up onto the correct tier?
Yep. Perfectly played.
Similar second shot that Fitzpatrick will be facing. Feels to me like he's warming to his task. An opening bogey, but he's been good since then. A couple of birdies to his name already as well. And a lovely angle here.
Go. Go.
Steady. Just up against the cushion.
Yeah, you heard the shout of go, go when that ball was in midair from Fitzpatrick. It just about went.
The umbrellas have come down. That's good to see. Is there a bit of watery sunshine out there? Poulter playing out of sand. And, yep, uphill right to left putt for him there, so he's left it on the right side of the hole. Sometimes being short is the right place to leave it.
He is one of the better bunker players in world golf, Ian Poulter, 7th in sand saves on the PGA Tour.
Wiesberger through the green. Hard to see what his lie is like. He's got a tough up and down because so little green to work with. So, well, okay. Yes, he's looking like a man who has lost a pound and found sixpence.
Same again.
Yes, I think the Ryder Cup was so much on his radar for the last 2.5 years, and that finish when it was in touching distance at the Amiga European Masters, I think, has just taken the wind out of his sails a little bit.
Well, there's a good graphic. Now that is a terrific graphic. It gives you a really good idea of the severity of the slope on this green. 46 feet coming up a... It's a long, slow, steady slope as well. So he's got to give this some whack. Get it up onto the top level. And when you're hitting it that firm, coming up a hill, always a bit tricky to judge the pace. You can't quite see the bottom of the hole.
So 22 to 1 that he makes it, 33 to 1 on that he doesn't.
I used to try and visualize how fast the ball would come off the blade. So if you could see the first 10 feet or so speed of the ball leaving the club face and how it would roll going up the hill and going over, that visualization is what should be in your mind as you're trying to tackle these putts.
And on a putt like this, it's always just in the back of the mind that if you do get a bit too lively with it and go past, it's downhill coming back, but
that's okay. A little bit of moisture on the green, slowing them up, so that 12.6 on the stimp meter at the start of the day might be down to about 12 now until that moisture dries up.
if he can hold that though, it's no harm done after the errant tee shot. Get out of here with a par. Keep bogeys off the card when you're out of position. And inevitably there are going to be holes when you find yourself chasing a par around Wentworth, aren't there? You can't just expect to be in position A every single time on a layout like this.
Yes, I don't think you'll get to win this tournament without having a bogey on the card. I don't think anyone's run around here with bogey free all 4 days. Well, we know it's not happened. Ooh, look at that.
Needs to sit down.
What happened there? How many set that off on the low side? That may be a little bit of lack of concentration, which is a bit surprising.
Horschel came out to here from the right-hand bunker.
Struggling for a par again, but, oh, I was going to say but, still makes it, but he doesn't.
Well, it just needed hitting. I mean, looking down at the list of former winners here at Wentworth, there's no surprise that many of them great exponents of the short game, great putters, not necessarily the longest. Scott rolls that one in. Still putting with the flag in.
I'm not sure about that outfit today, you. Is that grey trousers he's got on with a brown sweater?
It is. Is that a colour combo that's frowned upon, Warren?
I don't see that as being, as hitting the heights of the fashion conscious. I wonder what Ian Poulter thinks about that.
Well, his fashion's quite old school, isn't it? He's wearing that cut of trousers. He has been for a few years now, slightly baggier. You see the more athletic fits these days.
Yeah.
He does have a style of his own. Matt Fitzpatrick with work for his par, but just going back, you look at some of the winners. Luke Donald, a two-time winner here in 2011 and 2012. Matteo Manacero, 2013. Alex Noren 2017, Tyrrell Hatton last year. Jimenez has won here, Anders Hansen a couple of times. Not big hitters, but players that are more than tidy around the greens and on the putting surface.
I was going to say, those players, great short games. Yeah.
So it just goes to show you are going to miss greens here, and it might well be the person that does the best job of getting up and down and saving pars like this one that Justin Rose faces just here, who will be right at the top of the leaderboard come Sunday evening.
Well, Rose has played 54 rounds here. He's 53 under par for those 54 rounds. Pretty good going. And I only say that as he makes that putt. Fitzpatrick, he's only played 19 rounds, but he's 18 under. So it's almost like they're averaging 1 under a round, you know, which gives you an idea of the severity of the course. I mean, 1 and 4 under par is not going to win the tournament here, but on a stroke average, it's pretty good.
Yeah, over a long period of time, it's not to be sniffed at. Ian Poulter doing what Ian Poulter does. Rolling that one in again. Well, Kiradech Happy Barnrat, I can tell you, has absolutely caught fire on the back nine. He made the turn in 1 under par 34, and he's just gone 5 birdies in a row from 10 to 14. That's just flashed up on my screen. He's now at 6 under par.
And he's got 2 par 5s to come, but he's got the tough 15th to play. He's probably thinking that's a birdie chance as well, but whew, what a tough hole. Out of bounds on left, out of bounds right, and a ditch on the right. No easy hole to birdie, but he's obviously in the mood.
Warren, what's the record for the lowest back nine here at Wentworth?
Give me a few moments.
I like keeping Warren on his toes. He's the absolute stats master. Nothing's more than a click or 2 away. Adam Scott now 400 yard, 8th iron off the tee. It is very much a positional tee shot, this one. It does get narrow and windy down there. You can see that fairway just eats in just long of where he's hit it. So if you go with anything a bit longer, you do need to be very accurate. But fairway found for Adam Scott with the iron.
Well, I can tell you, since 2000, the best back nine here by Ross Fisher, 2019, 29. And he did that 29, if you remember, with a 2 on the last hole.
I do. I think I saw a video of him trying to reenact that earlier this week. Don't think he managed it. Rose also opting for iron. And that's the play here, really. Aim for the fat part of the fairway, and you've still not got much more than a wedge or maybe even a short iron in hand for your second shot. It's disappeared behind the heather there, but I think that's hung on to the fairway. So the back nine is a par 37, so that 29 was 8 under par for Ross Fisher, which is incredibly impressive, but...
Well, it is round here.
Well, it is anywhere. Kiradech Happy Barnrat ticking along at a birdie a hole, though, for his first 5 of the back nine. And yeah, with a couple of par 5s, 17 and 18, that might be under threat.
You know, when Fisher did it, he started back birdie, 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 then had a couple of pars. Birdie, par, birdie, albatross. Yeah, double eagle.
Big finish. Oh, double eagle. You can't go there. I would have thought...
No, I did give both.
Well...
Both sides of the Atlantic I gave.
You've shocked me that that double eagle has even passed your lips there, I have to say. It's an albatross. Double eagle doesn't even make mathematical sense. I'm putting it out there. One of the worst terms in golf.
I feel I've been smacked over the face. Whack.
I got very passionate about that. I feel
you did,
yeah.
I
didn't even realise that term annoyed me as much as it clearly does.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, double eagle. It just doesn't make mathematical sense. I think that's what annoys me about it.
You see, moving day is another one.
Yeah.
You'll see, I have them as well.
True. Well, I do. I mean, moving day, but what? Because birdies, eagles, and bogeys don't count on other days. Every day's moving day, and there's plenty of movement on the leaderboard. Francesco Molinari looking to find a bit of form, perhaps too late to force his way into the Ryder Cup reckoning, but he's level par through 7. Ian Poulter there, level par as well. Ross Fisher, the man we were just talking about, level par today through 14. Garrick Higgo, the man that Warren mentioned as a potential outsider, the left-hander. Won on the Palmetto Championship on the PGA Tour earlier this season. Thomas Bjorn, Ryder Cup captain. Previously in Paris.
No real wind, but what's there should be a bit of hurt, shouldn't it? I think just push this. I think we have to, mate, yes.
Well, this is the normal good scoring area for Ian Poulter.
Nine's going to just hit the bank and come down. Okay. Fill that yard, isn't it? Okay.
Can't have much more than
Correct.
about 150 coming up the hill here, so right in the scoring area for strong wedge 9-iron, probably coming up the hill. How close can he get this one?
Down. Stop.
The moment he hit it, knew it was always going to be long. Most players, the moment they see the flight, oh, look at this, might go in. They know exactly where the ball is going. I've seen so many, know whether it's long or not, but what a good break is that. Again, shows you the speed of the greens.
Yeah, skidded to a halt, pretty sharpish in that apron. Just paused for a moment. And then got better and better and better.
So that shows you where you've got to pitch it, past the flag, a little bit of spin. Much better looking swing there from Horschel. Arms and body there, moving a bit more together, a bit more in sync.
Nice one, no more.
So 2 good looks for birdie from this second of our feature groups on the European Tour Betcast, live from the BMW PGA Championship. As we jump ahead to the first of those groups, Adam Scott, Justin Rose and Matt Fitzpatrick, and it's a good start for all 3. Rose and Scott especially, 3 under par. Fitzpatrick bogeyed the opening hole, but has fought back well, 1 under par now.
Bit surprised at the pace of play. Normally early on, things scamper along quite well. We did have a hold up earlier on the 4th with a ruling. And of course, here at the PGA, everybody starts at the first. No 2T starts here for the BMW PGA Championship, as Scott plays his second here to the 8th over the water. Not really in play, although the flag today hard left, close to the edge of the water on the left side. It's a hole that's been changed quite considerably over the years. Quite a few remakes. No bunker now down the right. Perfect position here for Fitzpatrick. Can bring it in a little bit off the slope from the right. And just missed the slope by about 1.5 yards. It's one of those shots here when you play the 8th, it's a layup. See the ridge there that Rose is short of. Lay up short of that and then play the short iron over the water. I have in previous years pushed the tee forward a little bit so you can be a bit more aggressive, but there's really nothing to be gained. 145, just a nice wedge. No one flirting with that left-hand flag today. Everyone giving it a lot of respect. He knows patience, the order of the day around Wentworth. Back to 6. Biesberger now, he needs some birdies. He needs some birdies. 3 over. Struggling. Never easy to play this front 9, par 35, only 1 par 5 on it, 3 par 5s on the back 9. This one left to right breaking. Makeable. Ooh. Oh, and he knows he needs birdies, so he's given that one a little bit of gun, and now he's got the gulp making par putt coming back. I was assuming Ian Poulter has already tapped in because he was so close to the hole. He's obviously marked it because he's still got the putter in his hand, which is very surprising. So it's maybe a little longer than we thought. Billy Horschel now.
9 feet and 5 to 4 that he misses. 11 to 10 that he makes.
I think this is a make putt.
I was going to agree with you.
What? What?
For once.
Can't believe he's over borrowed, but he did. Yeah, those bookies know a thing or two.
Well, there's a look at. We've had 5 birdies on this 8th hole today. Denoted by the red dots. That one on the left, well, that was very close to being a bogey or worse and finding the water, and it's ended up being a red dot. You can see there have been a few bogeys, and some of them from on the green, not too far away from where we find the balls of this 3-ball. So, putting for birdie, but they do have to be careful. Obviously not entirely straightforward from the sort of angle and distance that they've given themselves, bearing in mind someone's already 3-putted from very close earlier on. It is 52 feet for Adam Scott. So we were referencing the improvements that Adam Scott has made with the putter in recent years, inside the top 20 on the PGA Tour for putting.
Yeah, a little bit of swing here from right to left. Hurry, yeah, okay.
Yeah, pretty good for Adam Scott. He's made a lovely start, playing well. Hard to believe that he's only had 2 top 10s around the world since winning the Genesis Invitational in February of 2020. So a bit of a fallow period, but he did find a bit of form with a tied second at the Wyndham Championship recently. Taps in for his birdie. Oh, and that's the first one we've seen in that group today. It's taken 7 holes. That moves the Englishman under par for the day and for the tournament, of course. Justin Rose, he's 3 under par. Going along very, very nicely indeed. Most consecutive weeks inside the top 50 active streaks. Rory McIlroy is there at 668. Dustin Johnson 605, and Justin Rose 3rd in that list as well. He has been edging closer to slipping outside of that top 50. 45 in the world right now, so does need to pick up some good results if that streak is going to continue. Another one that looked like it had a chance of going in. Great pace just past the hole. Yeah, he looks pretty good today, Justin Rose. As we mentioned, now a resident here at Wentworth. Moved back from the Bahamas last year. He said the course is playing totally different than normally though. Quicker, firmer, tougher.
Down the slope. That was the slope that he was aiming for with his second shot. See how close he might have got had he hit it. So he'll settle for par.
Matt Fitzpatrick holds these ones for fun, so I think we can give him his par, and in it goes.
Well, even you hold those ones for fun.
Oh, I do. They're my favourite length.
Yep. Probably not always for par, though.
Oh, I have them for birdie sometimes, Warren.
Yes, I thought that.
Very rarely, but... So the man on fire, Kiradek Api Barnrat, is still at 6 under par through 14. Two of our featured groups here this morning on the European Tour Betcast. Justin Rose and Adam Scott have cruised to 3 under par through 8. David Drysdale, the man still looking for his maiden European Tour victory. He would be an incredibly popular winner. Jordan Smith, he's got an eagle on the card today, but he's back at 1 under par through 14. Francesco Molinari 1 under par through 8. Jimenez 1 under par. He's loving life at the moment, picking up victories on the Legends Tour and still competing when he turns out with the younger lads as well. Jonathan Caldwell, winner of the Scandinavian Mixed in Sweden earlier this year, has started 1 under par through 2. Richard Bland, talking of ending winless streaks. What scenes at the Belfry earlier this year.
Gosh, there's another one as an outsider. Richard Bland, more top 5s than anybody else so far this season on the European Tour.
It's funny you say that, Warren. He's another of the players I've got marked down for little each way, so...
Oh.
I just didn't want to chuck too many at you in one go. I thought I need to narrow it down a bit.
You chuck anything my way, I can bat it away like no one.
Well, like Michael Vaughan, who was playing in the Pro-Am yesterday.
Yeah.
So who's going to win the 9th? Matt Fitzpatrick, ever so slight favourite at 13 to 8. Adam Scott and Justin Rose 7 to 4. I'm going to back Rosie here at 7 to 4. Well, it looked great in the air, but that's just the hazard. You can see a touch far, a touch too far right, and it just runs out of fairway. Well, we've seen Scott just miss the fairway, so who are you going for to win this hole, Warren?
Well, Scott's average on this hole in the first round is 4.2. Rose is 4.07.
Well, those numbers bode well for my Rose prediction. Certainly with Scott missing the fairway, but that looks to be leaking a bit left from the Englishman.
But I was going to say that Fitzpatrick's average on this hole in the first round is 4 dead.
Oh, well, I was weighted with bated breath to see if the numbers were backing me up.
Yeah, not quite. So Fitzpatrick, on previous performance, has the slight edge on this hole.
Rose didn't look delighted with the strike and the shot there, but safely into the short grass. Driver for Fitzpatrick.
Does he use any other club, Fitzpatrick? I think he just takes driver out, doesn't even think about it too much. That's my club of choice. And of course, if you hit it as straight as that, why not use it? Play to your strengths. So he's definitely got the advantage.
Well, that was an absolute bullet and really showed you the type of flight that he has. And as you say, on a course where he can chase it out there, he does get plenty of run.
Yeah, big advantage.
Justin Rose is going very nicely. Let's have a little look at his highlights from the front nine. Second hole here, he got up and down from the bunker to save his par on the opener. This was for birdie. Straight in the front door.
The second par 3, the 5th, required a really good tee shot today with its flag tucked away top left shelf and judged very finely there by Rose. He'd knocked that in for his second 2 of the day.
On the 6th, a lovely tee shot. Set up this approach. Pin tucked in the back right. Rose went chasing. That would get better and better. He would convert for his 3rd birdie of the day to take him to 3 under par through 6 holes. And that is where he remains now.
Oh, he's got the cap off. I wonder if that's just... Things are a bit muggy out there. They're quite humid, they're hot. Sometimes you wear the hat, it just gives you a bit of a kind of an itchy brow.
Just 15 appearances for Rose, a best of tied 2nd. The championship has moved timings in the year, though. In 2019, moved from May.
Do that then, because even if you pitch it further up, listen, if it goes over the green, actually, no. Look, past the pin's not disaster here, mate.
Yeah, it's going long is not the disaster. You can see the grass there for the ball on the right is with him, so that makes it a little bit easier. Ball above his feet makes it a bit more difficult. The lie is juicy, wet, overhanging branches left, so you've got to go right, and he's airing on the long side, so he's going to smash this. But it doesn't bode well that he's actually finding so much rough. He has been wayward off the tee, Poulter, and it's very hard to play Wentworth if you're playing from some of the positions he's finding himself in this morning. See that purple stuff, that's heather. You do not want to go in heather. Some people try and sell it to you as if it's lucky. Have some lucky heather. Not lucky on the golf course.
So here are the current tournament odds in play as we stand, and despite both being on 3 under par, Adam Scott is at shorter odds, 14 to 1. Justin Rose, sorry, at 14 to 1. Adam Scott, 22 to 1. Scott started at 33. Rose started at 30, so they've both come down a lot, but Rose by more, interestingly. And Matt Fitzpatrick at 18 to 1 now.
The thing about Justin is we saw in the Masters he opened up with 65. Had a really big lead there, just couldn't quite keep it going for 4 days. And again, that's something that Harrington will be thinking about. He knows this fella can put good rounds together. Okay, he may not be able to put 4 rounds together, but you don't play all 5 sessions in a Ryder Cup these days. So it's knowing when to rest the man. But you know what you're going to get with Rose. You know he's going to have performance like this. You know he's gutty. You know he can hold putts. And if you can't hold putts in a Ryder Cup, then there's no point in being there.
He would be a very, very safe pick
Yeah.
if that's how it turns out. You can see Fitzpatrick with that bullet of a drive. Just 154 yards left in. Rose 188, Scott 153. When we saw Poulter before, Poulter before, when he was out of position, and you were saying, you know, it's not a great sign that he's not playing that well, finding a lot of rough. Garcia's not playing this week. It's pretty accepted that he's going to be in the team. Let's just check out some Adam Scott highlights and we'll return to that thought. This was his tee shot on the short par 3 second. Fired straight at the pin, one hop, and well, but for the spin, might have found the bottom of the cup for an ace.
I still don't know how it missed. Caught the edge. Second shot to the par 5, great tee shot right down the hill. Took something off this, trying to just ease it in with a bit of left to right cut. Just eased it in a little bit too much, but 2 putts from there for the birdie.
And at 7, he had a good approach in. This was the birdie putt. Judged beautifully, just the right pace, married with just the right line, and then it dropped to get him to 3 under. And just going back to Poulter, it's widely accepted that Poulter and Garcia have pretty much got their picks tied up for the Ryder Cup. Garcia not playing this week, so can't change anything. For someone like Ian Poulter, I mean, if he has an absolute shocker this week and just shows no form whatsoever, what does that do for the fact that he's kind of already got it wrapped up, as we see the odds to win the hole, and Rose is now at 9-5, Fitzy 6-5, understandably after that howitzer of a tee shot.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it all depends on what the others do. If things stop right now and everything stays the same and there's no great movement and no one forces their way in, I think the 3 picks are probably pretty obvious. But of course, if someone comes out of the blue and takes a spot, then of course that's when it all changes. So many permutations, could be up to maybe 20 different permutations as to what could happen. That's a pretty good shot from Scott, well fashioned, had to chase it in low under the branches, skirted the bunker.
Yeah, superb distance control. Yeah, I think we're unlikely to see Ian Poulter play his way out of a pick, whatever happens here at Wentworth, but certainly he'll want to find some form and some good feelings, and Podrick Harrington will want to see some form and some good vibes to take to Whistling Straits. Fitzpatrick, vibes aren't good as he struck that. Not too bad.
I've not seen him stay down so much on shots for a long time. It's obviously something that he's working on. Let's find out what that is.
And it's this club that will likely get Poulter in the Ryder Cup team and making him an absolute menace to the Americans again, I'm sure.
I'm going to disagree with you. This is not the club. Do you know what the club is with him?
Wedge.
The one between the ears.
Ah. Is that a club?
Yeah. That's the 15th club.
Okay. That's very tenuous, but I'm going to give it to you, Warren.
Okay.
You're absolutely spot on.
It's what he brings to the team on and off the course, his positive vibes, his approach to the game, his match play fire, and that's nothing to do with hitting a club. It's just his approach to the game. It's the Seve-like spirit, and you can't buy that.
It's one of those intangibles, isn't it? Golf, like many other sports these days, becoming more and more stats oriented, and we lean so heavily on them, of course, especially when we're looking at the odds, looking for a little edge here and there, but
it's momentum.
Sport's about intangibles, isn't it?
Momentum's huge, and if one player can give you a bit of fire, you know, as Poulter did, Medina, the putt that he held on the final green, you know, on that second foursomes day, you just can't measure the importance of that. You know, if that doesn't go in, they don't win at Medina. You know, the fact that they did, the reaction from all the other players around, they just thought, we've got a chance here. And that's all you need in golf. If you think you've got a chance, then you're halfway there. You've still got to do the work and the grind, but helps massively.
Justin Rose 28-1 to make this birdie putt. It's a long way out, and that's an illustrious list, isn't it, in the bottom right of your screen. 7+ European Tour wins, including a major for Englishman. Nick Faldo, of course, at the top, 30 wins, 6 majors. Rose 11-1, Jacqueline 8 with those 2 majors, and Danny Willett there, 7 wins and a major for the former Masters champion. Just to reiterate what you were saying, it's about the big shots in the big moments. Often team match play events turn under one on those big moments. Ian Poulter has delivered those big moments many times before, and you would back him to do it again if needed to.
Yeah, and Rose, what about Rose's putt? 17th hole at Medina against Mickelson. Whew. Not a bad putt, right line, just wrong pace, but otherwise that's going to be a very good front 9 for Justin Rose.
Poulter for his part.
Yeah, well done. I remember talking to Padraig Harrington when he was vice captain at the last Ryder Cup, and we were talking about picks, and that they said, who do you think the pick's going to be? And we mentioned a couple of players who were outside of the bubble, and he went, but you're picking rookies. Rookies? Would you pick rookies? And he didn't say, oh, we're not going to pick them, but he said, what about the experience of Garcia? And what an inspired pick Garcia was last time round.
Well, of course, record point scorer for Europe now, 12-1. Fitzpatrick to make this. We've just seen a few putts and chips starting to come up shy in the last few moments. Perhaps a bit of moisture on the greens from that rain shower. As you said, they're probably half a foot slower potentially now than when they started off today, just foxing a couple of the players.
Yeah, they've had quite a lot of putts though where they've been either downhill, quite strongly uphill. This is probably one of the flatter greens. It's not flat by any means, but certainly flatter, so a little bit more of an average pace. Really good chance here for Scott to make this one.
Well, it's 17-2, and in it goes.
What a front 9 that is. Now we're on 3 par 5s on the back 9. How's our man Appy Barnrat doing?
Well, he parred the 15th, but birdied the 16th.
So what's he under for the back 9?
So he's played 7 holes, and he's 6 under for the back 9 with those 2 par 5s to come at 17 and 18. And Adam Scott 4 under for the front 9. A superb start to his week here at Wentworth.
I don't know how Appy Barnrat's done that. I mean, Appy Barnrat is a really talented player, but round Wentworth in a row, those birdies, that takes some doing.
Well, he's carrying a little bit of momentum off of the Corn Ferry Finals Tour season, so he retained his PGA Tour card through that, so he's had a couple of decent results after a slow season. And Rose again in for his birdie, so it's 31 on the outward 9 for him as well. We're seeing some really good golf from this group this morning.
Yeah, Rose is making a bit of a statement here, and he knows if he gets off to a really good start, that's going to take the pressure off his shoulders a little bit. Cleaning up work for Fitzpatrick for his par. Yep.
It's a delightfully orthodox setup and stroke for Matt Fitzpatrick, isn't it? We see all kinds of funky things. Adam Scott with the broom handle, Justin Rose with the claw grip. Just nice to see a bit of simplicity.
Well, the good thing about Fitzpatrick, since he turned pro and came on tour, he's not changed that putting stroke or the approach or his routine, nothing. It's just stayed the same. Well, that is good. It's better than good. It's fantastic to see.
I think we saw a couple of balls safely in the fairway there as the camera panned back to Ian Poulter on the 9th tee. Can he make it 3 out of 3 for this group?
Well, it's a hybrid. So Not going for distance here of any description. Looks... you're saying it looks like a 3-wood. It didn't look like a 3-wood to me. Found the left-hand bunker. Either way. It's a small-headed club. Could be a 3-wood, but not the place to be anyway.
No. So there's confirmation. Appy Barmarat is up to 7 under par through 16. Scintillating back 9 underway. Adam Scott 4 under par. Justin Rose 3 under. Oh, Ross McGowan, I heard a few whispers backing him this week as an outsider.
A man who shot 60 on the European Tour, did that in Spain quite a few years back, but can go low.
Finished tied 4th, I think, a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, Richard Bland sneaking under par, 1 under par through 11.
Wonder when Molinari is going to come back, Francesco that is, to his Open Championship form. He's been in the doldrums for a while.
Just a few signs of life in recent weeks, which is good to see. He was solid last week in Italy. Martin Keimer, of course, hold the winning putt at Medina. That incredible European comeback again. Slightly off the boil for him, the 2-time major winner, but level par for the front 9 here.
Thomas Bjorn, winner on the Seniors Tour. He was so buoyant, wasn't he, yesterday when we had a word with him. Full of the joys of spring, waiting for the twins to arrive. They're 3 weeks away, more or less.
Yeah, he's absolutely loving life at the moment. Might want to make the most of the sleep while he's getting it for those next few weeks, though. Tapio Pulkkinen there, a par start. Finn, who missed out agonisingly in the D&D Real Czech Masters. A mistake on the 18th hole recently.
One of my favourite par 3s, this. Beautiful hole, the 10th. Adam Scott playing to this right flag. They've taken out one of the trees. You used to play blind, actually, over the pine trees, but one of them's been removed, so you can see the green now. It's been reshaped over the years, a little bit more of a dogleg green.
Yeah, a bit of a slope from left to right on it as well, so always a good idea to aim a bit left and let the slope of the putting surface do some of the work for you, as Adam Scott did there.
Hard to believe there was a tree in the middle of what you can see there as being there with all that heather there.
Averaging 2.91 under par. That surprises me just a little that it's averaging that low in scoring. Justin Rose to get it inside 10.5 feet is 8-1. 2-1 on that it's outside 10.5 feet. I'd be tempted at 8-1. I'm not definitely saying it's going to happen, but it's interesting me that those odds.
Well, I think the thing these days is the players hit the ball so far. 188's just a 7-iron shot, and you can see they can pepper the flag. Funny enough, I remember in way back as a young boy, I watched Peter Allis play here. He hit a 7-iron over the green on this hole in the PGA Championship. But of course, he was playing a small ball then. Did fly a lot farther. A lot of people won't even know what the small ball is.
Oh no, Fitzpatrick, can he follow Rose inside 10.5 feet at 11-1? Not quite.
Yeah, I was a young boy of about 10 then.
I'm saying nothing, Warren.
Yeah.
Tell us, for those that don't know about the small ball, what's the history of that? Why did there used to be 2 balls? Why is there now 1?
Well, they used to play the 1.62 size golf ball years ago, because that's what it was originally. But of course, in America, playing on different grasses, they found that a 1.68 ball was the size you should use, and we all came together as one unit back in 1974 when that became the worldwide ball to play. And I think that was a really good move, because once we changed to the big ball, became certainly Europeans and the rest of the world became better strikers of the golf, because you did have to hit it better, because it's easier to put more spin on the ball, which is a ball that's bigger, 1.68, whereas the 1.62 ball flew like a bullet through the air.
I might have to try and get hold of one or two of those if they're only still knocking about, if it flies a bit straighter.
It will look like a marble to you.
Individually wrapped in wrappers like little sweeties.
Yeah, well, even the 1.68s originally when they came out were wrapped, and then of course they went to the sleeve of 3, money saving. But of course it used to be, I used to get Christmas presents of a golf ball, brand new, wrapped, and it would be, you know, a Dunlop or a Slazenger or whatever make it was at the time, and you could unwrap them, and the smell of the ball, because it'd been wrapped in the paint, you just thought, oh, all my Christmases have come away. I've got a brand new ball to play with, except you never used it because you thought, I'll wait for the right moment to use that one.
Well, surely you were so good that one ball would last you a good 6 months anyway.
Well, funny you should say that, because when we went from the small ball to the big ball, and you got the big ball issued to you, you used to have a metal ring, and you would find a ball that would sit on that ring, and it would be perfectly round. And if you got one perfectly round, because they couldn't make them perfectly round when they first came out in Europe, and so you'd say, oh, that was perfectly round, and you might keep it for 2 or 3 rounds, even though you've knocked the hell out of it, but at least you knew it's going to fly straight instead of wobble in the air.
Bryson DeChambeau would have an absolute field day trying to find perfectly round and centred golf balls in that era.
Well, as close as you could get.
Adam Scott, 12-1 on, says that this doesn't go in. 17-2 that it does. We've seen him hole a couple of really good putts today.
29 feet. I always think 20 feet is the marker. From 15 feet, you've got a pretty good chance. You might be 50-50. Once it gets to 20 feet, it becomes an outside chance. 29 feet. How many of these do you hole in a tournament? If you hole 6 of these over 4 days, you've probably got a great chance of winning.
Pretty quick down the slope for the Aussie, but not that quick. Good 4 or 5 feet left for his par.
Yeah, I wonder what the others think about that. Do they think, oh, this green is slow? Do they think, oh, he's just mishit it? Do they think he's misread the pace? Do they just ignore it? I think if you're Fitzpatrick, you ignore it, because you just go, well, I'm a better putter than him. I didn't even bother to look. Now, he's got the magic number here. He's under 20 feet, so I reckon, yep, he's got a good chance here.
So you're taking a piece of that 18-5 that it goes in?
Yeah, I wouldn't be 100% sure, but I think he's got a more than decent chance. Ooh. I wouldn't have been splashing the cash. I might have, you know, laid a few shillings.
Well, you'd have lost whatever modest wager you'd have placed on that one there, but it had a chance for a very long time. And I have to say, at that kind of range, Matt Fitzpatrick, those kind of odds, I'd have been tempted as well. I think
the thing is, you know, seeing the odds, that's fine. It's picking the right one. You've got to pick your moments. It's like you take your chances when you're on the course. You don't always make birdies. If you can make 5 or 6, you're doing well. If you make 5 or 6 good bets, you're doing well. You don't have to win them all. Be sensible.
Well, it tells us how good the tee shot of Justin Rose and how poor the first putt of Adam Scott was, but it's Scott to go for his par before Rose has his birdie effort.
And let me tell you, Scott, that's the best front nine he's ever done here in the PGA in the first round by a couple of shots. A good saving putt. Rose has shot 31 before in the opening round back in 2012, so that's quite a long time ago. So he knows he's doing something pretty good. You consider he's played 15 rounds, only been out in 31 once before, so he's right on song for some of his best scoring.
Yeah, this would take him to 4 under par.
Did we get ahead of ourselves? Yeah, I thought the putt on the previous green, we were talking so much about the Ryder Cup, of course his putt was for par,
Yeah.
wasn't it, not birdie?
And that just slides by, so an opportunity missed there for Rose.
Still doesn't matter too much. He's still, you know, 31 he's done once, 32 he's done twice before, so now he's made it 3.
It's an excellent start. If you'd have offered him 3 under par through 10 holes stood on the first tee today, I'm pretty confident he would have snapped your hand off for it.
Yeah. Nice lag putt from Ian Poulter.
Horschel safely found the centre of the putting surface, but reasonably lengthy effort for birdie here. And he needs to find something. 2 over par. Yet to have a red number on the card. He and Bernd Wiesberger really need to find a bit of momentum.
Yeah, well, as I said, there are 3 par 5s on this back 9, so there's always the chance. There's a couple of shortish par 4s too. They're tricky, but that means there's 5 holes you could potentially, even if you didn't hit the greens in regulation or in 2 on the par 5s, you got 5 wedge shots on the back 9 where you can make birdies. The rest of the holes you've got to play well, but it does mean there are chances.
100%. Appy Barnrat has shown us what's possible. Ross McGowan has eagled 17 as well, so he's not by no stretch the longest hitter on tour, so if he can get it on there in 2, huge chances for pretty much every player in the field.
I think this is one, if not my favourite tee shot on the course. Downhill, in amongst the pines, right to left hole, and that's heading towards the bunker. The next tee shot I like too, 12, where you play over the trees on the par 5. So these holes, 11 and 12, a driver's delight.
Some of the thickest rough on the course as well, down the left of this 11th. If you miss there, the players will be aware of that. Saw a few heavier spots of rain on the lens there. A couple of umbrellas going back up again, so another of these squirrely showers moving over us here at Wentworth as Justin Rose prepares to unleash his tee shot on the 11th.
Oh, that's not where you want to be going. Oh, God. Oh! Oh, it's spattered out. Has that gone into the thick stuff or is that into the bunker? Even so, that is an amazing kick out. They're getting some lucky bounces out there today.
I think that's the 3rd one that we've seen really going into the trees at quite some pace and popping out back towards the fairway.
George is doing very well. Whenever your ball heads towards the trees, you shout George and you hope he throws it back. George has been working overtime today, but not for Fitzpatrick, and if that's in heather,
Yeah.
that's just a let me get it back onto the fairway, please, please.
From where he is, it's no gimme to get it back onto
No.
the fairway as well if it has found the heather.
No.
So look back from the tee. So how many are going to hit the green in this group? The favourite is 2 of them at 21 to 20. I like all 3 at 9 to 4. Admittedly, it's not a great ball striking round from the 3 of them, but let's go 9 to 4. This is where they turn it around, Warren.
No, I'm going for 2. 2 out of 3.
Okay. And the nearest the pin as well.
Wiesberger going to be closest.
Is that your prediction?
Yeah.
Okay. 17 to 10 for Wiesberger. Well, that's put an end to my prediction of all 3 hitting the green, unless he gets a really good kick off the trees. But
no chance.
No.
And I'm going no chance for par from there.
Yeah, it's everything sloping away from him, isn't it?
Yeah. That's if he can even get a lie. Now, these 2 players got to hit the green. Now, Wiesberger, I'm sure. Smooth looking swing. Wanting it to come back a bit. Yeah, so closest, get inside that Ian Poulter. I'd like him to get inside that because he needs a bit of a G up.
It's a very good marker for Wiesberger. It's just that hint of a slope that could help Poulter get just inside it. I mean, if Wiesberger's had just rolled a foot or so closer to the hole, it would have probably ended up 6 or 7 feet closer. We saw that with Justin Rose, so it can be done.
Poulter's average on this hole over the years in the first round, 3.35.
So not a hole he relishes early in the tournament by the sounds of it.
He's 31 over par for the par 3s in the 17 rounds. But he's not quite... Ooh. We're going to have to wait to see who putts first. It's Eensy Weensy.
That's tight. We're going to need an independent adjudicator out there, I think.
Yeah, I might need a rules decision there. But I got 2 out of 3.
Well, you were spot on with your 2 out of 3 hitting the green.
And whatever happens, I'm in favour that it's Wiesberger closer, because I'm the rules man.
Fair enough. So some errant tee shots down the 11th. Over there in the bunker.
On the TV tower, mate, yeah.
Just about see the top of the head of Adam Scott.
Yeah, so much depends how close they are to the lip of that bunker. Oh, he's giving it a squirt.
I've got a horrible suspicion that might be heather to heather. Where did that come to rest? At that speed, coming low, if it has gone into the heather or the rough as suspected, it could really bury itself.
Now this is the thickest rough on the course. This should have been cut back a little bit, but I don't know whether they actually got around to doing it. But if you get out of position, and this is the sort of rough that it can hurt you, so you give this a bit of extra umpire down at the bottom end and the club stays there and the body carries on going, you can hurt your back, you can hurt your wrist. He's looking at the green, so he thinks he can get it somewhere up there, but this is hit and hope.
Wow, it's 5 to 2 on that he hits it. I'd be fancying the 17 to 10 from there.
Well, he might have had a better lie than it looked because he got it up by the green, but it's in the bunker.
Oh, that 17 to 10 looked about as generous and tempting a bet as we've seen all day. I would have been all over that, even from a better lie than it perhaps looked over there in that thick rough. Still difficult, and as it turned out, it was. And there you can see Mr. Appy Barnrat. He has birdied the 17th. He's 8 under par. And 7 under for the back 9.
7 up with a par 5 to come. Oh, what would you give for an eagle there? Whew. I bet his heart's racing a bit now when he stands on that tee on 18. And 18, it suits a cut because the hole on 18, it's a left to right dogleg par 5. Second shot over the water. Much tougher par 5 now than it ever used to be.
So good news for Fitzpatrick, relatively speaking. It's not in the thicker heather that you can see just to the right of him here, the purple stuff. Did find the rough, but still a very difficult shot for his third.
4 left? What are they shouting that for?
That might call it goes with the wrong player or something.
That looked like it buried as well. Not far off the green, but not a pleasant looking lie. Well, this is where Adam Scott was able to advance his ball from that right-hand bunker, Warren.
Yeah, well, he's got a good chance to get up and down from here, just a wedge in. He's played a couple of good wedge shots, so he won't want to be going to the next hole, the par 5, having dropped a shot. You want to keep the round, keep going forward, and that is terrific. So if he makes par now, the lift is going to get off making par on this hole. When he plays the next, going to be enormous because he thinks, well, it's almost like birding the hole. So good news for Adam.
Scott not had a top 10 at this event in his 5 previous visits. It's looking good for one, albeit early in the week here. Oh wow, there is confirmation. Wiesberger is the closest.
Oh, I got 2 out of 2.
All of 8 inches in it.
It doesn't matter.
It's a clean sweep for Warren Humphreys on the predictions on this hole.
Now look at the swing here. He's aiming long way right, downhill, right to lefter, pacey putt. So just coax it down there at drop-in pace. Look. Ooh, I thought he might have made that. No.
So after going birdie, bogey, bogey for his previous 3 holes to close out the front 9, that's a par to start the back 9 for Ian Poulter.
Well, good lie here for Justin Rose. A long way below the level of the green, but he can get this close. Should be getting it close with a man of his skill.
He's only got up and down from the bunker 48% of the time this season. He made a good save on the first from a not too dissimilar position.
Well, good. You've got to give that 8.5, 9 out of 10. Wiesberger for his 2. Look how far right he's aiming this. Well, he's given that a rap. No?
Still misses low.
Still misses low. Actually didn't hit it that far past either. For his 4. Would be some 4 for Fitzpatrick's not going to be. He's going to drop a shot on 11. And actually that's going to be a good up and down for a bogey. Certainly wouldn't want to be making double going to the par 5 next.
Yeah, bearing in mind the first couple of shots he hit on that hole, I think a bogey's not too bad a result. And as you say, you can live with bogeys. It's the doubles that really, really kill you.
You might be able to live with bogeys. some of us, it pains the bogey on the card.
Well, no one likes making them, but it doesn't derail a challenge quite as quickly as a double. You can bounce back from a bogey.
Yeah, you're right.
You start making one or two doubles and things suddenly get very tricky.
That's when you start talking to yourself and muttering.
Oh, look at those fans. What's that? 4, 5 deep by the green here, following this wonderful grouping of Justin Rose, Adam Scott and Matt Fitzpatrick. Should be 25,000 in total watching every day this week. Interesting route down the hole for Justin Rose to this point, but this to save the par, he does. He's done that really well today when he's given himself chances. He's made the most of them, the 3 birdies, but there have been a couple of holes where he's really been fighting to save his par, and he's been able to do so. Save from Adam Scott as well. As Warren said, the difference that will make for how he feels going to the next tee, which is of course the 12th, the par 5, huge. And that is, if such a thing exists, a good bogey for Matt Fitzpatrick. Could quite easily have racked up a 6 or a 7 there. Disappointing, of course, but a chance to get that shot back on the 12th. Wiesberger on the tee. Back down the 11th.
Thank you. Good ball.
So a couple of balls in the fairway there, unlike our previous group who all missed it. 3 bogeys on the front 9 for Bernd Wiesberger, a par 3 to start the back 9.
How about this for a par 5? You drive over the 3 pine trees, bunkers in the distance are a good aiming point, but the hole turns right to left. This man, Scott, played this hole well. 3 birdies, an eagle and a par he's had. In his opening rounds when he's played the BMW PGA, so that's in pole position. Mind you, he has the power to overcome par 5s, such a big advantage.
Stand still, please. Right in the tail, please.
This is why this course is so beautiful to play around. Too many times you actually have to play over trees from the tee to find a fairway. You are slightly above them. It's raised, so it's not too daunting. Players don't even see them, but for the average handicap golfer, they're a hazard. Three wood for Justin. Easier to draw the ball, find the fairway. He's got plenty of firepower to get home in 2.
Yeah, cracker from Rose. Fitzpatrick last to tee off. Needs to find a bit of form, Fitzpatrick. A couple of missed cuts coming in this week in the Northern Trust and then the DS Automobiles Italian Open last week, so whilst his position in those automatic qualification spots for the Ryder Cup is relatively safe, you certainly want to find some form.
Well, that's position Z. As the hole goes left, it could easily be blocked out from the rough on the left. That's not going to be inviting to carry the ditch that's short of the green.
Happy barn rat. He's come in from 200 to 1 to 14 to 1 to win the BMW PGA Championship. This is the European Tour Betcast live from Wentworth. His nearest challenger, it's a 4-shot lead for the tie, but his nearest challenger, Adam Scott, part of our coverage this morning. 4 under par through 11 and looking very good. Well, Miguel Angel Jimenez. Fantastic to see him still going, always a popular figure with the fans. 2 under par through 8. Tyrrell Hatton also on that score. Adrian Moron-Command breaking down barriers for Polish golf. Enjoyed his Olympic experience earlier this year. Getting himself into contention on a more and more regular basis, and it's a solid start for him. As we look back down the 11th, that green in the foreground elevated from where the players will be playing their second shots. And
I think it's going to take a couple of yards off it, so it gives the wedge. 24. Yeah. There you go, lovely, thank you.
Oh, Billy Horschel clearly favours the front 9 over the back 9 here at Wentworth. He certainly did in 2019 on the way to that tied 4th finish. Looks like it'll be Ian Poulter to play first.
Better off being in the bunker than being in the heather or the thick grass on the left here, so even from this lie, he couldn't go at the flag if he wants. I'm sure he does. A little bit right of the flag would be a bit more circumspect. Caught it heavy. He's done well. If he's caught that heavy, you heard him say he chunked it to actually get on the green. He didn't chunk it by too much.
Yeah, he'll be pretty pleased with that when he gets up there. Suspect after the contact he might not have expected to find the putting surface, and short, not a great miss with that flagstick.
Yeah, pin perch just at the top of a small ledge, not a great plateau, it's just a little rise in the green. Ball above the feet, so draw this one. Needs to aim a little right of the flag.
28 in the world rankings currently, Billy Horschel. That's a bit more like it from the American.
Currently 10 behind. 10 behind going out early in the morning, and you know, you've only played 12 holes or 11 holes.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be expecting to be quite that far back, even despite his slow start to the day. And now you can see the tee shots. Yeah, Fitzpatrick, he is going to need to draw that, one would think, to get it onto the green. But for Scott and Rose at 234 and 227 yards out, fantastic opportunity now.
It's probably 4 iron for Adam. Don't think there's much breeze out there. We've not really talked about wind, as it's been very quiet. Not really seen any movement in the flags to worry them.
He's 13 to 8 on to make birdie or better. You've got to fancy that, the way he's been playing. 11 to 8 for the par.
And the thing is, he doesn't need to fly it all the way to the flag either. If he pitches it in the middle of the green on that right side, it's straight downhill into a little punch bowl at the back, so it will skip on. So you can aim this almost in the middle of the green, touch a fade, pitch it on the first third of the green. So certainly nothing more than a 4 iron, you would think.
Oh, you're making a very convincing argument to back that birdie or better.
Going right. Ooh. Ah, well, not the best shot he's hit all day in that right-hand bunker there. He's got a chance to get that up and down.
Yeah, worked its way down into the flat of the bunker as well, which is really significant. If it had just hung up back edge on a downslope, it's a lot more difficult shot.
Maybe slight downslope here for Justin Rose. 5 iron. Aim it at the BMW sign. Flag right of that. That's also right, is it? Yeah.
That went in with a bit of pace as well. Hopefully it's just popped out of its plug mark where it landed. I'm sure it will have done at that speed, but coming in pretty flat as well. So Fitzpatrick is second from the rough. A better angle though. 21 to 20.
Not sure. Can he get over the water, the ditch? It's thick rough. Carried it probably by about 20 yards, but was always going to struggle. Trouble is there, you think, well, should he have actually laid it up short of the ditch, knocked it on the fairway, and then you're playing from the fairway from 80 yards or 100 yards, you've got a good chance of knocking it close and making birdie from there. So question the thinking there.
I think it's a great point. It's not a way that the game is played much these days, laying up. If you do get any chance to go for it, the modern player tends to, but you know, you'd back him to get up and down more often from a good lie, 80 yards or whatever yardage he's really comfortable with, rather than where he is right now, Matt Fitzpatrick. But Poulter has this for birdie on its way on the 11th. See, Horschel was just going in there to put his marker back as well, so that tells you it was on the same line. And he might well have learnt quite a bit from what Ian Poulter's ball has just done, although it was obviously carrying a bit of pace as it went past. Yeah, 22nd in the Ryder Cup points list, 14th. That's on the European points list, 14th in the world points list for Ian Poulter. Billy Horschel had hopes of making the American team. Slight outside chance of getting a pick yesterday, but it didn't happen for the Floridian. Oh, we've seen that a couple of times. Putts looking pretty good from Horschel, but just breaking across the front of the hole, just lacking a touch of pace. It's not mathematically impossible that Matt Fitzpatrick could drop out of the automatic qualification spots for the Ryder Cup this week. Extremely unlikely, and would take quite an incredible turn of events for it to do so. But at level par right now, he's trundling along okay in 29th spot. But it won't be feeling too good playing alongside Adam Scott and Justin Rose, who are 4 and 3 under par respectively. Could really do with getting this up and down. It will be a first birdie for him since the 6th, and obviously dropping the shot on the previous hole as well.
Shot.
Well, he's made a reasonably good fist of that. Fitzpatrick is second on the PGA Tour in putting from 15 to 20 feet. Converts 30.43% of the time. And he's not too far away from that range with that third shot. Justin Rose came up in the front right bunker. His bunker play's been good today. And that's really, really good. Quite a lengthy bunker shot. Chases it out to 3 feet, so a good chance for the birdie for Justin Rose. Wiesberger for his first birdie of the day on the 11th. Boy, does he need it. And he gets it. So is that bit of red what sparks the Austrian into life today, this week? He needs it. Adam Scott, pretty poor bunker stats this season. But that's really well played as well. So a couple of errant second shots from the fairway for Scott and Rose into the bunkers, but excellent recoveries. Both looking odds on to get out of here with their birdie fours. Yeah, well worth another look. Plays it out to the left, knows that the slope will tease it down towards the hole, and that's exactly what it did. Billy Foster helping him out there, cleaning his ball by the looks of it as well. Adam Scott's caddy in the bunker giving it a rake. Nice to see a little bit of cooperation from Billy Foster there for his man's playing partner. And here is his man, Matt Fitzpatrick, who's 4-1 on to miss it. It was always high, gave it the early walk. So 5-5 the last couple of holes for the Yorkshireman, and he remains at level par. So Rose has putted pretty well today. We saw a shortish one slide by for birdie on the par 3 10th. That now distinctive claw grip of his. And no mistakes there. 4th birdie of the day, and Justin Rose moves into a tie for second on 4 under par. So a couple of errant tee shots from him, but in general a very impressive display today. The putter's working, he's saving par when he gets out of position, and he's making the most of chances when he gives them to himself. And Adam Scott, another man doing exactly that. Well, Justin Rose wasn't in a tie for second for very long as his playing partner jumps ahead of him 5 under. And that's 3 shots back of Kuadek Appy Barnrat. And well, I can tell you that the tie has shot an opening 64. It's a par to finish for him, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 birdies on the back 9. Shows what's possible out there. Adam Scott at 5 under, Justin Rose already 2 Rolex Series victories at 4 under. And Warren, you were saying, when's Molinari going to find some form again? Or maybe it's this week. He does have a good record at Wentworth, and he's 3 under par through 12.
Yeah, it's an excellent start. Anytime you're under par over the front 9 holes, you know you've got a chance coming home. Excellent 64 from Appy Barnrat. Last man to shoot 64 in the opening round was Shane Lowry back in 2014. He finished second. Luke Donald, when he shot 64 in the opening round, he went on to win, as did Howard Clark in 84.
Positive omens all round for the tie player. Adam Scott off the back of that birdie. Fine drive on the 13th.
Really strong par 4, 13. Dogleg right to left. Another hole really where you think it might be a draw off the tee because the hole goes right to left. But if you knock it down the left side, you get blocked out. So you really almost want to cut the ball to the right half of the fairway. Whole ground slopes right to left. Over the ridge, it kicks into the right-hand rough. So it's a really awkward tee shot.
A little anxious lean, but he's kept both hands on the grip, which he hasn't done at all times today off the tee, and that finds the fairway.
Might be blocked out, might require a draw around the trees or over the top of them. I may not be able to see the green from there. He's seen it all, hasn't he? Hilly Foster. Inscrutable looking face he had on there.
Focused, I'm going to say. Focused.
Again, down the left side, a little bit dodgy.
So Justin Rose walking off the tee there. As we jump back to the 12th. Well, Horschel looks to be in position A. A big drive down there, 207 yards. Shouldn't have to work it round the trees on the left. Should be just about far enough right, but for the other two, just coming out of the damp rough.
Stand still there, please. Thank you.
Wiesberger a long way back, just over 250. Not a good lie, so this is a layup short of the ditch. Not what he wanted at a couple over to be laying up, but he can still make birdie. He's laid it a long way back.
Yeah, it looked like he had a lot of loft in his hand playing that shot there.
Well, it's an important hole for Poulter. Birdie this hole, get back to even par, and playing the stretch where you almost play straight back to the clubhouse.
Yeah, you feel he needs the birdie. It's 13 to 10. But the last time he hit this club, well, exactly that happened. I was about to say, how similar does this look to the par 5 earlier, the shot he had? Same club by the looks of it, similar lie, and unfortunately the same result, straight left.
And, well, if he finds the green from there, then he has the luck of, I don't know, who's the patron saint of luck?
It's an excellent question. Is
Yeah.
that in your database?
No, I can find it. This is the place to be. And to a right flag today, even better place to be. Oh, another 2 yards, and that would have taken the slope onto the flag. You can't believe that stayed on the top of the hill.
Well, Ian Poulter will be praying to Saint Cajetan. Don't know if I've pronounced that quite correctly. It might be Spanish, might be Cajetan, who is the saint of good fortune and employment on his way to that ball, because he needs all of the good fortune he can get after that second shot.
Yeah, and more, because even if he finds it, he's got a swing. You know, so many thick trees en route to the green. There is an out-of-bounds fence, because the public footpath goes around the back of this green. I think he may be short of that.
Yeah, we didn't see it completely come to a stop, but it looked like it's more likely to be the trees in his way rather than the lie that might be the issue. He's found it. So it's not been smooth sailing. As I said, that was reminiscent of the shot we saw at the first par 5, and there it is. out of the rough on the right with that hybrid club.
You have to be quite.
That went straight left as well. He got lucky, it bounced down. He had a shot and managed to save his par. And look at this, almost a carbon copy.
It's not the sound you want to hear when you're playing golf, is it? You don't mind the crack of the ball as it comes off the driver face, but you don't want it when it's hurtling down the course. Do you hear that?
I just wondered if there were backswing issues there. It looks like it's very close to that big tree behind it, and the direction he's looking, he's coming out sideways, almost backwards.
Yeah, that's backwards look. That's, can I get any sort of club face on the ball at all as we go to the 13th, and you can see how those trees down the left hand side block the players out. Rose Fitzpatrick looks like he's got a view straight at the hole. I'm not so sure about Justin.
So here are the current odds to win. Adam Scott 17-2. He's made a wonderful start. Victor Hovland yet to get his first round underway. He was the pre-tournament favourite. He's 10-1. Justin Rose 12-1. And Kiradech Api Barnrat has been slashed to 14-1 to win the tournament after that opening 64, 8 under par. Well, bearing in mind what you said about what players who've opened with 64s have done in the past, not a bad investment potentially. Kiradech at 14-1.
No, definitely got a chance. Now Rose, he's got two options. One is not so good. One is a bit more straightforward. Over the top of those trees is high tariff, because those trees, let me tell you, are very, very, very tall. So he's opting to hook it around the dogleg, hook it around the trees, aiming at the right-hand edge.
So who's winning from here? Scott, the favourite, in the best position off the tee at 7-5. Rose, the outsider, 9-5. Fitzpatrick 2-1.
That's a good shot. Didn't draw too much. That's probably just about the area of the green that he could see. Didn't have to draw it that much, but taking no chances. A little bit more straightforward here for Fitz.
It's almost been a case of he's hit his best approaches when he's been a little bit out of position today, Fitzpatrick.
He's smiling away. He doesn't seem too down with it. I think he might do a little bit of work with the longer clubs on the range after this round. Pole position here, 147. Big wedge. Smooth 9. And he's gone for the smooth 9, and that's Dade. That is so fast from there. Once it hits the green, it's like a marble staircase, gone. So he's going to have to perform a miracle to get that close.
Yeah, surprised at that. He's hit some good approach shots today. And this is clearly where Ian Poulter has chipped out to. So this will be the fourth shot again on a par 5. Scrabbling just to save his par. And he is 10-3 to do so. 5-1 on that it's bogey or worse from here. 100-1 this goes in. Well, it's gone in, but a bunker.
I mean, I know I missed it, but I thought with that help, I still thought we'd get 92, 94 out of it.
Well, it's gone against you, mate, though. I mean, my bad, I've not found it.
Well, the wind just sort of switched on us.
So nice round of applause. The players making their way up onto the green.
Well, if Justin Rose can keep on going in this fashion, I think that will be one heck of a round to play round Wentworth. And you know you've not got your A game. He's probably on B-. It's such a good effort to get round here, and you're 4 under. Still got a couple of par 5s to come. Yeah, he's got some good holes still to play, but if he can see the round out, gosh, that's such a good round of golf, considering what he knows he has to do to impress Harrington.
Well, that's been the pattern of his game of late. You mentioned it earlier, the Masters. He made a fast start there, and it was very much hanging on and saving pars that got him the good finish in the end. Well, where's good from here? I mean...
Well, good from here is to probably pitch it in the fringe short. He's trying to cut the legs from underneath it to get some sort of grabber. This is hitting a hope.
And he's 9-4 on Adam Scott still for the low round in this group today. Fitzpatrick, 80-1 outsider.
Well, that just goes to show you, if you get out of position here, you can just almost mark bogey down. And it was such a good tee shot, but to get the second shot that far wrong, I just wonder, sometimes when you play an easy shot, it comes right out the middle of the blade and just, boom, it's gone. I think that's probably what happened to him.
Neither Rose nor Scott have a bogey on the card today. And bearing in mind a couple of the positions that certainly Rose has found himself on, incredibly impressive that he has kept it bogey free. Adam Scott's managed to save it from a tricky greenside bunker a couple of holes ago, but he's going to have to hole a bomb. First of all, though, Justin Rose.
Yeah, and the thing about Rose, he knows this course so well. He knows it from junior golf. He knows it from boys golf, from, you know, youth golf, full international. Then playing it as a pro, even though they've had changes, there's still that, I know the course management for Wentworth. That's worth bundles. Yeah, lovely cut. It's a little bit like Steve Stricker this week. You know, he's trying to get the American Ryder Cup side to Whistling Straits for 4 days, so they get some local knowledge. That's amazing.
I think that's an absolutely great shout from Stricker.
If he can get them there.
Well, you would hope that the players would be keen to do so. And that's got a bit of heat on it from Horschel from the front of the green.
And that shows you how close he was to being nearly perfect with the second shot.
Should we talk about aim point again, Warren?
You can talk about it, but you're not going to convince me that it's in any way a good thing to do.
Well, what I like about it,
yeah,
and it's each to their own, but it can be a bit of a dark art reading greens. It's all very feel and perception, and for some people that's really, really difficult. I play with a couple of guys, 8-1 that he makes this, Adam Scott, to save his par, that have a good stroke, and if you tell them where to hit it, they'll hit it there, but really struggle reading greens. An aim point, oh, and he does hold it, 8-1, and what a pass rate from Adam Scott. Got the read correct one way or another, and it adds a little bit of science and a little bit of specificity to something that can be really difficult for people if you do struggle with your eyesight and just reading greens a little bit. Now, it's not for everyone.
Can I say that's such a load of codswallop?
You can and you have. Let's have another look from the angle, and yeah, the crowd's quite rightly appreciative.
The fact that it works for him is fine if he thinks, but I think he's using other senses besides aim point, because you can't take away from him his eyes. He can already see it, he can already read the green. If the other thing is giving him something else as well, well, so be it. As we see Poulter play out of the sand, and that would have been
He'd have made that for par. Yeah. I might have fallen off my seat. But he made a very good go of it. Great bunker player. So it will be a bogey, and a very, very disappointing one, as the bottom of his shoes take the brunt of his frustrations. You don't want to miss your foot doing that. I've done that once or twice and just clipped the ankle bone on the way past. Yeah, that's not any fun.
That doesn't augur well about delivering the club head to the ball either, then, does it, when you're swinging? You led me straight into that one.
I'd love to have a comeback or a defence for that, but I just simply don't.
Horschel for his birdie. Do not want to be 3 putting par 5s for pars, and that's what he's going to do, so that's going to really sting.
bit of self-flagellation going on in this group at the moment, a bit of self-punishment. Billy Horschel's shins and Ian Poulter's soles of his feet are in trouble.
Well, you just, by playing the game, that's self-punishment, isn't it?
Very true. The 14th. Playing uphill. And there is a hole-in-one prize here. So the value of that lovely car there will get given to the Alzheimer's Society for the first player to make an ace. If that does happen this week, and the player in question, well, they'll get to keep the car for a year. But just one of a number of wonderful charitable efforts that goes on as part of the European Tour. A Golf for Good initiative running throughout the season as well.
Yeah, we've had a number of hole-in-ones on this hole. It's a really tough par 3. I think it's probably the hardest par 3 here on the course, playing uphill. Anything short and you can write bogey on the car because it goes down the hill again. It's got a very tricky green with a lot of slope to it. Pin today protected by the front bunker.
That's a pretty good shot from Adam Scott.
Yeah, that's the bread and butter shot. Middle of the green, a little bit left. Behind the hole there's a slope, so you can go long and bring it back down to the pin. I'm sure that's the way most players would view it. No, absolutely no advantage trying to just make it over that trap.
Yeah, that flag is only 9 yards on, and probably need to carry it a good few yards onto the green to get it to stay there. So has Justin Rose done that?
Well, he flirted with that front bunker. I think he got away with it.
What is that on the green? Where's that rubbish on the green?
That's 2 balls on the green. Can Matt Fitzpatrick make it a hat-trick?
Yes. And close. Funny, it's such a
little
strange,
club twirl.
Little strange follow through.
Oh, now your crystal ball's warming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go now.
You're right.
Well, once I see how they're playing, you kind of get the view of what they're going to do. Tell a lot by a player's swing, but that's strange. It seems to be quite a narrow follow through. A lot of players like width, extension, and all by trying to stay down for as long as he's staying down. It's almost narrowing his arc after the hit, which is not always a thing you would think would be advantageous.
That man on the left of your picture there, Justin Rose, recently received the 2021 Payne Stewart Award, given to a PGA Tour player who makes a great contribution outside the ropes to the game. Justin Rose has certainly done that, a wonderful ambassador.
Yeah, and the Rose Series, trying to help golf over in the UK, especially ladies golf.
Yeah, the Rose Ladies Series, I've been fortunate to be a part of that this season. Absolutely wonderful initiative. Started off last year when the ladies were struggling for somewhere to play. The Ladies European Tour didn't have too many events going on. A real lifeline for a lot of female pros in the UK. He's heavily involved with the Telegraph Junior Series as well. And he and his wife Kate do so much through their charitable foundations also. So a well-deserved honour for Justin Rose. And he's getting the job done inside the ropes so far this week as well. Joined by Francesco Molinari at 4 under par. He's playing just ahead of these guys. He made a 2 at this hole. A Molinari win would be interesting in Ryder Cup terms this week.
Well, absolutely, and that's just one of the permutations that we were talking about earlier. I mean, if Molinari should win an Open champion in recent years, you know, it could push Lowry out of the spots, who's the last Open champion. Well, how could you leave 2 Open champions out? So you would think, you know, they've got to be a consideration, especially when you think of matching up. Molinari, the way he played with Fleetwood in the last Ryder Cup, they were sensational. So pairings will be on the mind for Harrington.
A little look at where they are. Here's Fitzpatrick, who's just closer than Justin Rose. Yeah, as you were saying, how much does, if Molinari has a very good result or a win this week, how much do you take into account his 5 points out of 5 in Paris and that incredible Mollywood partnership? It would perhaps be too little too late for Francesco unless it was a win.
Of course, what Harrington will have, he will have all the statistical information. How well have they been playing from tee to green? What are they driving? What are their fairway stats? How close do they hit it? How do they chip and putt? How many putts do they hold from what length? And Harrington, being an you know, mathematical accountant by trade, then he'll have those figures to hand.
3 birdie putts. Adam Scott's the first one. Just puts the brakes on a touch short.
Gotta say, it's very low scoring in this opening round. So many good scores. It is a product, the course is running fast. There's plenty of chase on the ball, so playing short, but you've still got to play really good golf with approach shots. Got to putt well around here. Slopey greens, pretty slick. Currently 29 players under par out on the course. And an excellent chance here for Rose to make another birdie.
Yeah, the scoring average so far today, 70.88. So over a shot under par.
Yeah, and this one, a little bit of movement from right to left. It's outside the hole. Halfway to the hole, it turns left and will come down the slope, so it'll gather pace. I just got a little bit scared of it. Poulter, second shot to 13. Ball below his feet from the rough, that's a bit juicy.
Settle. Yeah, that's not too bad, just grabbed a hold of the apron at the back edge there. So can Fitzpatrick make his 2? Second in putting from 15 to 20 feet on the PGA Tour. 30.43% of those go in for this man. And unfortunately, that's one that's in the 70-odd% that don't. Level par for Fitzpatrick, that's tied 30th as things stand. Scott taps in for his par as well. Horschel, the FedEx Cup champion in 2014.
Yes,
And that's an excellent approach. All 3 of this group at 2 over par, so they need to make something happen on these remaining 5 or 6 holes. There are, of course, scoring opportunities, and Billy Horschel has set up a very good one there. hole 15, 491 yards, averaging a shade over its par. That makes it the 5th hardest on the course as things stand.
And easily the hardest driving hole on the course. Out of bounds left, if you go into the trees, or beyond the trees, out of bounds right, and down the right-hand side, a ditch runs all the way along the right and then across the fairway. You better be straight on this hole or you are in trouble. That is in trouble. That might be over the fence.
Well, I've just seen it come down in and amongst those people there. That man who stood next to it. So right of that water hazard, the penalty area, but still in play.
Going to call you Hawkeye. Good eyesight there.
Wasn't there a character in MASH called Hawkeye?
Yes.
Great sitcom.
Yep.
Justin Rose, he flirted with that penalty area down the right-hand side in the Pro-Am when we caught up with him yesterday.
He hit it in the hazard.
I was trying to be nice.
No, that's not in the hazard though. That's a bullet. That is A1 plus.
Bounding down there as well. Huge first bounce.
Oh,
that's big.
Oh, that's big. That's not long. That's real long.
Yeah, that's more like it from Rose off the tee. He has struggled in this department. Fitzpatrick, a little fade and also benefiting from a little bit of chase. Putter for Poulter from that little bit of rough.
Go on, go on, go on, go on.
The Englishman's best effort. 28th in the race to Dubai, Ian Poulter. This man, Bernd Wiesberger, at half of that, 14th in the race to Dubai. Does have a win already this year, defended his title in Denmark, the Made in Himmerland, presented by Fraser. This for his birdie to get back to 1 over par. And just a little too firm.
No putts easy out there. They're a little bit tricky, this one. Not very long, but there is significant break here from his left. And anytime you're hitting such a short putt with this amount of break, got to get it spot on. Well done. Took out some of that brave. That was a brave putt, because you know, if that one misses, you're probably 4 feet past.
First birdie of the day for the American who won the WGC Dell Technologies match play earlier this season. And he's actually 4th in the race to Dubai as well, Billy Horschel, courtesy of that. A runner-up finish in the WGC Workday at Concession as well. Ian Poulter for his par to stay at +2.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking, Poulter, get back to level par. But if he can finish the round level par, then, you know, he's kept his hopes alive of it. He'll need a good round tomorrow to make the cut and then go on, but that's got to be the goal.
Yeah, level par isn't out of this tournament. Yes, Kiradech Aphibarnrat 8 under par, but you look past that, there's a couple of 69s in the clubhouse, some 70s. Of course, Rose Molinari Scott with the par 5s to come as well, but level par's not a terrible round today. It's Joachim B. Hansen and Jamie Donaldson, another man with Ryder Cup history who got those two 69s. Leif Johnston in with a 70. Matthias Schwab 2 under par with that 18th to play. Francesco Laporta had a really nice week in his home open last week just outside Rome. 1 under par through 5. Richie Ramsey, there's a man whose game might well suit the test here at Wentworth. 1 under par. Adam Scott down the right in what we could describe as the native area.
Well, he's certainly alongside the natives, the locals out watching. That doesn't look very inviting.
And where we saw Fitzpatrick as well, he might potentially have to move the ball a little bit as well, even though he's not as far right.
He's up against a tree root there as well. I mean, there's no chance of advancing this on the green. All he's trying to do here is get it back on the fairway, and he'll be short of the grass and the ditch there that crosses the fairway.
We saw Brooks Koepka come a cropper at a buried tree root last week.
You don't want to mess with those. But he can clearly see it, so he knows it's there, and he's only just trying to chip it out. 50, 60, 70 yards, if that.
And that tells the story off the tee for Adam Scott, 29th in distance, but 174th in fairways hit. So long but wayward this year.
Thing is, he's looking as if I can get a swing at it and hit a low cut, he may be able to get it to chase on that area short. He's obviously had to move it away from something that was lying on the ground. That was a wire, TV cables. I think someone's got the blower out on the garden lawns that adorn the fairways here. No, this is just a chip back onto the fairway.
It's interesting looking at Adam Scott's statistics off the tee, and he does find the fairway.
He's got it over the ditch too. He's hit that 150 yards or so, low burning cut.
Yeah, pretty good recovery from where he was, but obviously he's long, not very accurate. We hear that length is all important these days. You've got to be a bomber, and it doesn't necessarily if you're that straight or not. But with that combination and how wayward he is losing strokes off the tee this season. So, yeah, it helps to be long, but you've got to find the short stuff, and that's what Matt Fitzpatrick does a lot of the time.
Comes from Sheffield. Steel. That's what he's got in his bones, but he's not swinging the club very well at all. That's another one that he's let get away. It's all right, it's on the green, but he's dissatisfied with it.
Yeah, hitting the green, but he's done that a couple of times today, a long way from the hole, so bumps up the greens in regulation stats, but not going to be great for your score, potentially.
Or your confidence, because you know you haven't got the ball under control, you haven't got your swing where you want it.
179 yards for Justin Rose, 10-3 on for the par. I've backed him to make birdie a couple of times today, and he's followed through on that, so let's go for it. 5-1 birdie from here. He's in position A.
Well, nothing wrong with it. It's on the best part of the green. It's got the uphill putt. If you ever want it on a side of the hole to have it to hole a putt, he's got it on the right side.
Oh, you're saying all the right things to me, Warren. I love the sound of that.
Up the hill on the par 3 for Horschel. Oh my goodness me, did he flirt with danger there? That carried the front of the green by about 2 inches and he got a hop forward.
I'm going to say he had the perfect number to carry that false front there. I'm going to give him faith.
There's John Morgan, sometimes a colleague that is in commentary with us. He's got one of his more, well, I suppose, bland hats on there.
Well, he's got a wonderful array of headgear, John Morgan. And that's a personal favourite of mine. Jamie Spence, who's also out there on the course today. If you're watching the full featured group coverage, he was after a hat this morning, but I don't think he was overly keen on that one that John's wearing. He's gone for something a little bit more sombre, a bit more traditional, I think.
To suit his nature.
Absolutely.
Quite similar in stature, aren't they? Adam Scott, Justin Rose, tall, thin, wiry, strong, hit the ball a long way. Mental attitude kind of similar as well. Contained individuals, good thinkers.
Well, other similarities as well, both 41 years old. Both won their sole majors, as I mentioned earlier, in the same year in 2013. So,
yeah.
Both former world number ones.
Both multi-millionaires, good looking. Why do some people have it all?
I was going to say, it's not fair, is it?
Both talented. I mean, we can just keep on going.
You're making me feel bad now. But it's 11 to 10 for the good-looking, talented and successful Adam Scott to get up and down from here.
Got to allow a little bit of right to left. Once it hits the green, it's going to kick left. Oh, it's going to kick and go in the hole. What a shot from Scott. Off the tee, it looked like he was out of bounds. He could have been making 6, 7. In the end, he's going to walk off with a 3. How did I do that?
Well, he has got the Midas touch this morning, hasn't he? 90 to 1 that was to go in, Warren.
And it's not often you see him smile. He had a real chuckle to himself there. That's not the Adam Scott we normally look at. That he can't take the grin off his face. Can you believe it? You see? Fantastic. Now then, what's the odds of him finishing 3-4-4? Birdie, birdie, birdie. 2 par 5s and a short par 4. This is worth another look. Pitch a good 15 feet short. Perfect pace as it took the slope right to left. And then starts to smile. Hey, anyone would think he's just won the tournament.
It's gone in dead centre and perfect weight, just like a putt.
Having a word there with Johnny Morgan out on the course. They're having a nice smile together. That's brilliant.
I think he was just laughing at his hat.
Oh, well, it could have been. Well, well, well.
So Matt Fitzpatrick, who's played this hole the more traditional way in comparison to Adam Scott. Fairway, green, albeit not that close to the hole.
What's the chances of 3 3s then? Very slim.
Well, if it was, what did I say, 90 to 1 that Adam Scott would make the birdie, it's 20 to 1 that this goes in. So you add those all up and make it cumulative. It would have been very long odds. Adam Scott delivered. Matt Fitzpatrick not quite. It's just one of those days for Fitzpatrick, isn't it? He can't quite get the ball in the hole for a birdie, and then you see your playing partner who's just smashed one way right. He's having a good day anyway. Yeah, he's never in the hole, and he pitches in for a 3.
Yeah, and then you question, you know, oh, why am I playing like this? And you almost think your game is worse than what it really is, because the others are having a field day. Now this is a very makeable putt.
Wow, 4-1, I think, before the second shot. Did I say he was 5-1 to make birdie or better? So it's coming a little bit shorter. I backed him at 5-1.
Did that go up the hill? That should have turned right to left. I think it went left to right at the end.
It's just slid by on the right-hand side. But again, look at the pace when he misses.
Yeah.
The speed control is really good for Rose.
Yeah, and it also just takes the pressure off. Anytime you can just walk up, tap it in, it's, you know, you've only got so much pressure you can take in a week, and if you keep having to hole putts from 3 or 4 feet from round 1 through to round 4, eventually you just get worn out.
And it's been a bit like that for Fitzpatrick, hasn't it? A bit of grinding today, so this is his par from about 2.5 feet.
Yeah, he should be able to give people some putts. I mean, that was just a gimme for him. Oh, Matt, pick it up, walk up to the next hole. We'll give you. No, you're not going to miss that one.
I need to play with you. You're very generous.
Now, chances for here. A little bit harder on this one for a 2. Left to right breaking, slightly uphill. Oh, it went straight across the... A little bit more pace, he would have had that.
Interesting, most people give the knees a little bit of a bend when they want a putt to go in, or it just misses. For Horschel, straightens them, bolt upright.
Oh. Well, you see, you've got to be an individual.
I'll try that the next time I play and see if it works. It didn't then for Horschel, but it's another par.
And this is the sleeper hole of all holes here at Wentworth 16, renowned over the years as catching so many people out. It is frightening. There, Waterloo hole.
6 birdies, 5 bogeys, a couple of others, averaging 4.09. So only 383 yards, but yeah, ranking 7th. So one you don't want to go to sleep on.
Yeah, well, in the past, you haven't had 2 bunkers on both sides. You just have one down the left. The whole fairway sloping right to left, and it's given you the option. Oh, I can sneak a driver here. I can hit 3 wood. I can hit a little bit further, and so people take the driver or pull it. And if you go left into the trees, it's good night. But with the bunkers now up the right, you see a lot more players laying up.
Oh, that's right.
You've mentioned a few of the changes as we've seen this round progress today, Warren. You'll have played it many times, seen the evolution of this golf course through the years, as Adam Scott does find the fairway with that iron off the tee. How different is it now than when you first started playing this course?
Oh, well, it's massively different because, I mean, every hole when I first played it as a junior and a kid, I mean, it had just heather all the way around the course. Justin Rose would have known it with just heather. Then the heather got taken away to help speed up play. Then, of course, Ernie got the chance to remodel the course, update it, because players were hitting it so much further. Tees have gone back, greens have been reshaped, bunkers have been put in down the fairways. But it's kept the same route that Harry Colt laid out years and years ago, so it's stood the test of time.
Marshall signalling a touch right.
Yeah, that was a I don't want to go left shot.
Yeah, it looks like it stopped just short of that sort of patchier, thicker rough though, so fingers crossed for the lie, and a bit more aggression here. The 3-wood for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Well, he's had a few go left on him, and you do not want left here.
He hit 68.37% of fairways off the tee.
270 to the second bunker down the right. Wants to be short of that. Well, it's squeak left. Now it's a question of whether he's blocked out. There's trees that cut you off at the corner of the dogleg. You may have to go over those. Trying to go over those and control the length becomes Quite awkward.
And the pin is only 4 yards from the left there as well, so you do need to take it tight up there. Happy Barnrat with the 64, the scintillating back nine, just 30 strokes. A couple of our featured group players here on the European Tour Betcast at the BMW PGA Championship, firmly in contention. Adam Scott 6 under, Justin Rose 4 under. It is interesting, the type of player that we can see there. Molinari, a former champion here. Guys like Jamie Donaldson, Ross McGowan, Drysdale, Southgate. Not terribly long hitters of a golf ball, but good on approach. Excellent on and around the greens. That's the type of examination that the West Course here at Wentworth provides. Warren, we've seen much of the course today. We've seen the early scoring. If you were looking at a winning total at this stage, any indications as to what you think that might be?
Well, I am so pleased right now that we've managed to get through the tournament so far without any thunderstorms and heavy rain. I mean, it was predicted today that we'd have storms, so what I'm alluding to here is that, you know, we're weather dependent, but I would have thought if you get to 18, anywhere between 18 and 20 under, I think it's the winning total.
There are the updated odds, and Adam Scott is the favourite at the moment to get to the winning total, whatever that may be, at 6-1 to win the tournament. Hovland yet to tee off, the lowest ranked player in the field at 10-1. And Rose and Happy Barnrat, who have made very good starts in their opening rounds, at 14-1. Just to reiterate what Warren said there, the winning score the last 3 years has been between 17 and 20 under par.
Ball just a smidgen below his feet. This green a little bit flatter than it used to be. It used to have a very big slope from right to left, and unless you carried over the right-hand bunker, you almost couldn't hold the green. And he's changed that. Again, that's good shot. Ooh, flying lie here for Justin. Expect this one to come up a little short. You would think he's got a guard against catching the fast one. He's urging it to go. He always knew he was going to be a little bit cautious with there. That was going to come out hot.
Pretty nicely judged, though, altogether.
Well, he's a good thinker. That's what we've said before. His course management, he very rarely makes a mistake in terms of course management. Sometimes can miss-hit the shot, but his course management is usually spot on.
Adam Scott from the centre of the fairway.
Well, he gave that the big heave-ho, didn't he? He was maybe in between clubs. Oh, where's that gone?
Well, that's just sat down underneath that BMW sign, I think, there. We can see a bit of the ball. Of course, he'll get to move that sign. They do come out of the ground. Or he'll just take a drop away from it, potentially, depending on how deep it's hammered in there.
I happen to tell you I made the best up and down of my career from the middle of the bushes through 16 one year, playing with Mark James, actually. How I got it through a gap in the trees, I don't know, but I've caught the fly here many a time coming into 16. Fitzpatrick, again, he's done well. Thickish rough over there on the left. Yeah, it's a bit of an effort when you keep slogging it out of the rough. That's much longer, as we said here, much longer this year than in previous years. Poulter back on 15.
181st in proximity to the hole this season, so simply Hasn't hit it as close as he would like to, but can he here on 15? Not really. And you can see his frustrations as well there. Well, there is Jamie Spence on the right-hand side. No cap today for him, so didn't take up John's offer. John Morgan's offer of a funky hat this morning.
Another man who shot a 60, of course, Jamie Spence on the European Tour when he won the European Masters in Cron. Just deposed the chance for Colin Montgomery to win that tournament.
I think, didn't Jamie finish before Colin Montgomery had even started his final round, I think, or very close to? There might have been a slight overlap.
Well, you mean the way that he would normally start a final round? No, I'm being harsh to Jamie. He's an excellent, I think, 2-3-time winner.
So Billy Horschel,
two-time winner, Jamie Spence.
He'll let us know if we've got that wrong. I'm
No,
sure. Billy Horschel has now moved into 9-4 favourite to shoot the low round in this group today. Poulter 14-5, Wiesberger 11-2. Of course, it is Horschel who has the narrow one-shot advantage over his playing partners as things stand. The American is 1 over par. Poulter and Wiesberger a couple over, but a volatile finish.
Yeah, but do you know what? I'm going to pick Poulter as being the low man right now. Only reason being, last 3 holes, even if you miss the greens, got a wedge in your hand, short game, I'll back Poulter.
I like that thinking. So the sign has been moved.
Real tough up and down. Now, situation like this, you want to try and play a good shot, but you can't get too cute. If he undercooks this and leaves it in the thick rough, you bring double bogey in. So you've got to give yourself at least a chance for a putt. So 10 feet past wouldn't be overly bad. Is that not on the green? He's got it on the green, but yes, too long.
Well, we saw him hole an absolute snorter from a long way away when we didn't necessarily expect him to save his par on the 11th.
That's a real English expression, that, isn't it? A snorter.
That means a really good long one to any of our
yes
international viewers.
It's a real Peter Alice.
If it's really, really good, it's a rip snorter.
Right. Like it.
So 25-1 says that Fitzpatrick holds this, and you could argue he's due one. He's had a lot of this kind of range of putts, hasn't holed one.
He's due a rip snorter. He had it on track, didn't he? Had it on track.
I mean, the putting strokes always good and effective for Fitzpatrick. He just needs to start giving himself some more makeable chances on the greens. Hit it a bit closer.
Keeps meticulous records. Measures out every length of every putt, shot, chip. And I suppose it's also one way of keeping your thinking on the course in the present. And he has a company that analyses them.
12-1, 20-1 on that he misses this, Adam Scott. You've got to go with that. He can't hold too many of these today. He's holed a couple. So it is going to be a first dropped shot of the day for the Australian. Poulter came up short with his approach. Reasonably slow on this upper tier quite early on in its journey. He's given it a bit of a bash. Justin Rose, 4 birdies already on the card today. Here are the updated in-play odds for the top Englishman, and Justin Rose has leapt ahead of Tyrrell Hatton, the defending champion, yet to tee off. Now 13-2, Rose 18-5. Fleetwood also amongst the afternoon starters at 17-2. And Matt Fitzpatrick, who's level par at this point, 12-1. So if you fancy him to catch fire over the remaining 2 or 3 holes, that might represent a little bit of value, but did everything but go in for Justin Rose there. Just lacked 6 or 8 inches of pace, Warren.
Yeah, a little unlucky. Par 37 on the back 9, he's 1 under, so you'd need to finish birdie now to be home in 34. So it's quite, you know, if you don't make birdies on this back 9, you suddenly put sort of bigger numbers into the equation. His best back 9 in this tournament in the first round is 33. So although there are chances out there, that's what I say, you've still got to hit the ball well, still got to position it. There are no gimme birdies out on this course. Well, I kind of think that there's no gimme birdies anywhere. And if we play a little pitch and putt course, you've still got to hole it.
You've always got to hit the shots and get the ball in the hole. That's what Matt Fitzpatrick does for another par on the 16th.
As they go to maybe the most famous driving hole, the 17th on the course. Herschel short for his birdie on 15.
So that will keep him at 1 over par, with the slight advantage over Ian Poulter, who you've picked to come through and win this group over the remaining 3 holes.
Yep. So don't let me down, Ian.
And that is the look back towards the 17th tee. And you need to draw this one, don't you?
Well, if you're far enough now, because they've pushed the tee so far back, down the left-hand side, the trees. Left of the trees are the gardens of the people that live on the estate here, and that's out of bounds. The whole slope of the ground goes left to right, so because you don't want the ball to bound into the right-hand rough, a draw is what's required. The hole turns right to left, and look how narrow that fairway is. And let me tell you, when you stand on that tee, it looks half that size.
We've got a longest the drive. I like Adam Scott at 19 to 10, but with everything Warren's just said, 15 to 2, no fairway. You can easily hit a decent shot here and it just trickle into the rough. So 15 to 2 is looking quite attractive to me.
I'm going no one hits the fairway.
We're agreeing again, Warren.
Does it say?
Yeah.
I think we both made that call just before Justin Rose's ball missed the fairway.
And I'll tell you my thinking now. No one wants to go out of bounds, so the left half of the fairway you can almost ignore. If you hit the centre of the fairway, unless you're drawing it, it's going to end up probably in the rough. So you've got to hit a very controlled shot here to keep it on the fairway.
And Fitzpatrick might have broken our hearts.
Oh, is it going to stay on the fairway though? It's rolling down the hill. It's rolling down the hill. Oh, it stayed up there. But see how far he's had to hit it left? He's hit it in a place where most people wouldn't walk. You're going to rip this. Can he find the fairway?
A bit of applause from the crowd.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
Well, very similar landing spot to Matt Fitzpatrick, but perhaps a bit longer.
To hit the fairway, that's exceptional tee shots. I wonder how many groups will have 2 players hitting the fairway. I suspect maybe a dozen at most.
Two very impressive tee shots there from Fitzpatrick and Scott, and no real harm done for Rose off the tee either.
No, but I think with the rough the way it is, I don't think there's any chance of him getting the green unless he has an exceptional lie. Just the extra few millimetres that they've grown the rough in, both with the first cut and the second cut. It's not particularly long. It's 3 inches the second cut, but it's thick. And just with the amount of water, the rain they've had, it's just juiced up overnight. And let me tell you, it's thick.
That first drop shot of the day for Adam Scott means Appy Barnrat now has a 3-shot advantage at the top. Matthias Schwab with a birdie finish for his 69. Oh, Miguel Angel Jimenez up there. What a story it would be if he could get just one more win. Of course, the oldest player to win on the European Tour already. Ross Fisher in with the 71. He's a man that knows this course exceptionally well as well. Pablo Larrazabal, always got a smile on his face, laughing and joking. Had a little chat with him earlier this week. Thomas Peters, well, he absolutely burst onto the scene. Magnificent Ryder Cup performance a few years ago at Hazeltine, and just hasn't kicked on like many people would have expected, Warren.
Yeah, I think missing out the Ryder Cup for the second time, don't think did his confidence a lot of good. He's kind of, and I think the pandemic's not helped him either. He's not played, he doesn't seem to have played a lot of golf the last 18 months.
Well, another player who made his Ryder Cup debut and then missed out the following year is Matt Fitzpatrick. Only played a couple of times over in Hazeltine. A couple of losses, didn't quite make the team for Paris. Looks more than likely that he will be in Whistling Straits, so a little bit of unfinished business for Matt Fitzpatrick in the Ryder Cup. Of course, still a very young man.
But he'll go in with a different mindset, having won more tournaments, having, you know, proved himself in bigger events, played on the PGA Tour, knows all the players there. I think he'll be a different competitor.
And bearing in mind his match play record when he was an amateur as well, we mentioned winning the US Amateur earlier, getting to World Amateur #1, and that's a lot of match play golf. He'll be good in the Ryder Cup, I think.
Yeah, needs to find some form. He's not been at his best today. This is a decent lie for Horschel here in the bunker. Not a long shot in. It's only going to be about 145, maybe 150. So you're just talking about a 9-iron shot. Seems to be a good clean lie, so provided he can pick it off the top of the sand there, he should get plenty of control. Seem to get through it well.
Nipped it really nicely off the top. Barely a grain of sand seemed to move at impact there.
Yeah, what a nice shallow angle of attack. Playing out of sand.
Got in there, looked up, and I was aiming 30 yards right.
That's the view from behind the 17th. See the hedge line on the right there, the houses of the estate, showing that there is out of bounds. He shouldn't really worry these players.
Not a lot of room to the right of that flagstick, Warren.
No, you don't want to be going right. But I would think you can see the TV tower in the distance, the blue tower. That's behind the green, so a little bit left of that. And again, there's, as you go over the hill down the other side, you can get the ball to chase on, but there's furrows. So if you hit the upslope of one of those little furrows, it stops the ball. If you catch the downslope, goes like the old scalded cat.
Billy Foster, Matt Fitzpatrick's caddy, having a walk up.
Here's a look at the hole. You can see how it doglegs. You've got to be able to hit it far enough to be able to see round the corner. 341 and 346 off the tee. That's plenty far enough.
And as you say, with the camber in the fairway that takes the tee shots from left to right, chances are ball below your feet for the second shot as well.
Yeah, this one a little bit looks like he's got the ball above his feet, but you know, 270 here, comfortably get home with a 3-wood.
Is he making birdie here, Warren? Where's your money?
Yeah, of course he's making birdie. He might be making eagle.
Well, birdie or better, it's all part of the same odds. He's calling for that to sit.
I knew it was like absolutely flush, that one. So he's not short, is he? 271, so that's gone 290 with a 3-wood. Might be a little bit of air movement behind. You can see those trees beginning to move, so there is a bit of breeze, but the problem around Wentworth is picking out where that breeze is coming from, because it always gets funneled down the avenue of trees, and you look up and see where the clouds are moving, but sometimes it's completely different at ground level.
Iron for Adam Scott.
Maybe going for the chaser. This probably can't be much more than a 4-iron then. I think that's the longest iron he's got in the bag. Well, he pitched it short, tried to chase it on. Yeah, caught just in between clubs, too much for a 4-iron. 5-wood would have gone long.
Adam Scott is 5 under par. Let's have a little look back at some of his highlights.
How is this not a 1? Watch where this pitches on the second bounce. 1, 2, ooh, right on the edge of the hole.
The 4th, this was his second shot into the par 5.
Trying to play the cut. Really got the body to turn there, left the club a little bit behind him, softened the blow of impact.
2 putts from there though, and it would be a second birdie of the day.
The putter was working well. Look at the amount of break on this. A good 6 inches right, but right in the centre.
This one long across the green, and in it went. We've seen him hole a few of those today.
12. Good bunker shot to rescue the birdie. It was a good tee shot that he hit down there, but let the second get away.
And this was his 3rd shot at 15. He was out of position, way out of position off the tee. But in it went, and that moment of magic was a 6th birdie of the day for Adam Scott. That is how you turn bogey into birdie.
Yeah, that one definitely being a shot of the day, but he didn't like this one. That went miles long on 16 and left.
Unfortunately, he wouldn't get up and down for par from there. It would be a first drop shot of the day for the Australian. He would be back to 5 under par, but still a very good opening round underway, and he's in good position to make a 4 on the par 5 17th as well. This is where Rose advanced his second shot to.
And a nice level lie too, so often you can get a downslope, but he's got a level lie to the green below him. And always hard on that shot because you're above the green, very easy to leave it short. Ball just has a little bit more hang time. have to force yourself to hit it harder, carry it further.
So there's a look at the leaderboard as things stand here. This is the European Tour Betcast live from the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. Whose name is jumping out at you there, Warren?
Well, I said it all along. The moment I saw Adam Scott swing, I thought he is a man in form. But this is Fitzpatrick, chipping from the back of 17 for an eagle. He's got a skedaddle, didn't get the run.
He's just not taken advantage of the par fives today, has he, Fitzpatrick?
Now the battle for the last 3 holes. Birdie putt for Horschel to get back to even par.
Well, if this goes in, it's going to make things difficult for the Poulter prediction, and it does.
Oh my goodness, nailed in the heart there.
So that's a much better back nine. Gave those 2 shots away on the way out. Billy Horschel with a couple of birdies, and he's back to level par. Scott opting for putter from just short of the green here.
Yeah, it's good. This is the flattest green on the course, so a little bit of rise up to the level of the green, but then virtually flat. Always makes it a bit harder to read. Subtle undulations. Well, he'll watch that go past the hole. There's a little bit of turn from right to left, so he knows it's a little bit left to right coming back. Come on, Ian, don't let me down. Birdie putt on 16. Or par putt, rather. No birdie putt on 16, so still 1 in it.
Keeps things interesting with 2 par fives to come.
I tell you, my man is going to finish well.
I love your logic of leaning on the fact that there are a lot of wedges on those final 3 holes, and obviously you've got to hold the putts.
Yeah.
And that's what he does best.
Yeah, may not hit all the fairways, but may get it up and down. However, there's a couple of key tee shots to play. Fitzpatrick.
It's 4-1 that this goes in. He's not quite had it on the greens, but it's been a while since I've watched Matt Fitzpatrick play and not hole something like this. So let's go. This goes in at 4-1, and it was missing right early, wasn't it?
Sometimes you get it. If you don't hold putts early on, you then start questioning the read on the green and the pace. We saw early on the 6th hole, he was asking Billy Foster for a line. In the end, he did hold that putt, but sometimes you just wake up and you look at it, I just don't see the lines for some reason.
Yeah, he just seems to be under borrowing a touch today, if anything. I'm sure he'll get that ironed out and sorted on the putting green after today's play ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, seems a bit underpaced.
16-5 that this goes in, 9-2 on that he misses it. What do you reckon, Warren?
Oh, I think, is he gonna, well, it's gonna threaten the hole, but I'm gonna say he's gonna hole it. He is gonna hole it. He would have holed it if he'd hit it. Just in.
So off of the blade, it never looked like it quite had enough pace.
Big tee shot for Horschel here on 17. Can he drive it down the fairway? Ooh, is it coming back enough? It's a good shape for this hole. No, that's absolutely fine. That's not bad. Even though it's in the semi, you can get home from there.
Adam's got to bounce back from the drop shot on 16 with a birdie on 17. And that's exactly what he does. So he's made birdie at all 3 of the par 5s today. And there's still one more to come.
Poulter, it was a big tee shot for Herschel. It's a big tee shot here for Poulter. Doesn't like to draw the ball. He's a fader, so he's got to knock this down the left side for his normal shape. Oh, that's... Yeah. Get lucky. Well, he's going to be far enough back. It's going to be okay, but he's no chance of reaching the green from there.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. He won't hit that hybrid that we've seen him hit on a couple of the par 5s for his second shot previously.
Yes, but he could be stubborn. I know where you're going with that one.
Great view back towards the 18th tee. You don't see a par 5 on the European Tour playing over its par too often these days, especially when it's 523 yards long. But that's exactly the case for the 18th here at Wentworth today.
And this is the strange thing about this course, and I find it always tough, that for the majority of holes you play around here, you're required to hit a draw. Suddenly you come to the 18th, and it's a big cut hole, where suddenly you've got to hit the opposite shape to what you've probably been asked to hit for most of the round. Most of the holes moving a little bit right to leg, dog legs holes, and then suddenly on 18, whoops, we'll just test you boys. You've now got to hit the big high cut.
Well, can they do it? Those are the odds for the number of drives to hit the fairway. The favourite is 2, 5 to 4, 8 to 1 for them all to miss. I can't see that happening. It is a reasonably generous fairway. 4 to 1 for all 3 of them to hit, 13 to 8. I'm going with the favourite. I think a couple of them will hit the fairway here, Warren.
I'm going only one will hit the fairway.
Interesting. Well, we've only had 8 birdies at this hole so far today. 6 bogeys, a couple of others.
I'm going 1 in the right rough, 1 in the bunker left, and 1 on the fairway.
Well, if that comes off, I'm just going to say you're showing off, not only predicting they're going to miss, but where they're going to miss.
Yep.
If you start telling me which player's going to do each thing, I'll really be impressed.
Well, fairway for Scott.
A bit of a lean. It needs to sit down a touch, potentially.
Oh, it's in the left rough, so...
You've got your left rough.
No, I said left bunker.
Oh, did you say left bunker? Oh, well, in that case, it's...
But I thought he might be tempted to hit more than a 3 wood. So he's obviously playing the hole as a 5, because I'm not sure he can get up from there to carry the water.
No, so I predicted 2 would hit the fairway, so I need
both
Rose and Fitzpatrick to do the business for me.
Well, driver brings the bunkers into play down the left side. If you try and shave too much off and overcut it, you can find the right rough, and then that blocks you out for the second shot. So you've got to aim it at that second bunker in the middle of the fairway and then hit the cut. Set it on the right line.
Is it cutting enough?
Yeah. Just.
Stop.
Just.
So it comes to this, Warren.
Mm.
I think he hits, you think he misses.
And I've got the wrong man going last.
Arguably been the best driver of the 3 today, Matt Fitzpatrick, not necessarily reflected in the scores. Well, and statistically through the season he has been as well. So can we rely on the statistics?
Oh, he's lost it right, has he?
Land very, very soft.
Oh, it's gone left. Oh, that's... Oh, I got the bunker. So I've got one in the bunker left, which I said. I thought one was going to miss right, but actually one missed left in the rough. So I've got rough, bunker, fairway.
I must defer to your greater predicting skills on that occasion. You've come on strong with your predictions on this back nine.
Yeah. Herschel from the semi over the hill can get the can get the green.
But this is the big prediction for you. You put your
yeah. Well,
put it on the line saying Poulter would come back and overturn the deficit with Horschel on the last few holes.
Yeah, well, I'm still okay. That's 2-putt birdie, outside chance for an eagle. Just don't know where Poulter's put his second.
Was it a 72 to open, you said, for Horschel the year he finished 4th?
Yes.
Looking like perhaps something similar to open this week for Billy Horschel. Level par, on the green in 2 at 17, if he can sneak under par, and he has warmed up on this back nine. Kuradek Happy Balnart didn't just get warm. It was the temperature of the centre of the sun on the back nine. 7 birdies.
Jimenez at 4 under. The 50-year-old, 50-plus-year-old.
I have to say, when I asked you on the previous leaderboard if any names jumped out, I thought you might go there.
Wow. Yeah, but has he got the legs for 4 days?
Well, powered by a good Rioja, I reckon he could get round here for 4 days.
Well, and a strong coffee.
Victor Dubuisson, good to see him, well, just playing, let alone playing well. He's under par early doors. Garrick Higo, one of the breakthrough stars this season, level par through 15. A record-breaking victory in the Canary Islands Championship. And he went over to America and won on the PGA Tour.
Well, this is where I was putting my money. I didn't think he'd hit the green in 2, but I was rather hoping that with this club in his hand, he's going to get up and down in 2 to make his birdie. So just need a little bit extra. You can see how much he is above the level of the green here, so you've got extra flight to contend with. Looks like a pretty full sand iron.
The bookies expect a par, but
I'm expecting a birdie, and oh, well done, Ian. Because 1 putt to a 3 putt could change things.
It could. 14 to 5. Prior to that shot being hit for Poulter to make the birdie, you can bet your bottom dollar it's probably odds on now that ball has come to rest. So here's his record. Yeah, 17 appearances, as you mentioned earlier, Warren. Not the best record here, just the 2 top 10s in 17 goes. But his best finish was 5th last year.
Yeah, and I want to tell you, although I backed him to make 4 on this hole, he has had in the past, in the first round, a 7 on the 17th and 3 6s. But he's also had an eagle.
It's a good job you didn't look at that before making your prediction, isn't it?
I did look at that before.
And you still went for it?
Yeah.
Kudos.
Because the last 2 years he's gone 3-4 on 17.
So Rose, the only man in the fairway here on 18 off the tee, is 6 to 5 on to win the hole. Adam Scott 12 to 5. Fitzpatrick 13 to 5 from the left-hand bunker. So uphill battle for Fitzpatrick. This looks like a layup for Scott with an iron in hand. Well, this boils down to, we would think Rose is going to go for it from where he is. Obviously a high tariff, high risk shot. Are you backing the man in position to go for it in 2 with water in play and plenty of danger around that 18th? Or Adam Scott, who's probably going to lay it up into a good position, and we've seen he's been pretty good with his wedges today.
Yeah, I've almost got a thinking that they're both going to make 4. Scott will do it with a decent pitch and a putt, full confidence, because he is playing really well at the moment. But even if Justin misses the green, knocks in the right-hand bunkers, he can get up and down from there.
I like Scott at those slightly longer odds than Rose if I was going to have a dabble in one direction or another.
He's left himself a long way back. Ooh. Can he get it over the ditch? Or he just getting over the ditch as well. Ooh, they're sweating, those boys.
I thought that might spin back into the rough as well, which would have made a real difference with that pin 14 on, just 5 from the left where that water is lurking.
If you're playing this shot, you must have a shape. You must be confident in the shape you're going to hit. Obviously left is a no-no. The water comes in front of the green and goes around the left edge. So if you're going to hit any shot at all, it's got to be held up. Ball slightly above his feet, so that's producing a draw. So he's got to hit a strong cut here.
Well, he's now 11 to 8 on, so the result of those couple of second shots has actually strengthened Rose's position on this hole before making that swing.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Justin Rose. Yeah. Yeah, that's 2 excellent blows.
Heavy favourite to win the hole in this 3-ball now. Justin Rose on the dance floor in 2.
Oh, what about...
Yes, last ball forward done.
So well worth another look.
Such a beautiful strike. The sound it made off the club face there. Knew that was very solid.
Well, interestingly, if you had a little dabble on who was going to have the lowest score today in this 3-ball, it's now very well poised with, well, half a hole to play. Scott, of course, is on 6 under. Justin Rose 4 under, but an eagle putt coming for Justin Rose. Adam Scott a long way back with his second shot. A 2-shot swing, not beyond the realms of possibility here.
Yeah, but 2-shot swing would only be a tie. Can't see Scott making bogey. Now 17, eagle putt for Billy Herschel. Or even Horschel, I should say. It's going to be a birdie. Nicely done.
Well, this little head-to-head between Horschel and Poulter since you made your prediction has really caught fire. They both birdied the previous hole. Horschel in for his birdie here. Poulter's knocked his 3rd, having had to lay up in pretty close as well. Oh, a few darkish looking clouds up there as well. I don't like the look of that.
Do not like the look of those. We don't want any suspension of play today. That would be a nightmare, especially as, you know, it's nice that we can welcome full crowds back in after the pandemic. Just want the week to be bathed in glorious sunshine, really. We don't want storms.
On the gateway.
110 yards to the front edge of the green for Fitzpatrick here, and that pin 14 on.
Now they're coming this way.
5 to 2 on that he makes the par.
All right,
25.
You have to favour that, bearing in mind we've seen him a lot of approach shots in close today.
Well, it is a wedge, it's just which one. Is it the gap wedge or the normal wedge, just depending where that breeze is up there. Doesn't like it again. I think he's just losing a little bit of width through the ball.
Those putts will both be quick as well, but of course it's for eagle if you're Justin Rose.
Just saying he wanted to pitch the ball beyond the flag, but he wants it beyond and right, because it will spin back down to the hole and screw towards the flag. That would be probably what's in his mind.
Adam Scott does rank inside the top 20 in proximity to the hole in all of the 25-yard segments from 75 to 150 yards. This is bang in the middle of that. So I like birdie or better at 3-1 here for Adam Scott.
Well, I don't like the amount of time he's taking. There's indecision here, and indecision is not good. He's got to go, okay, right, whatever it is, be bold. Don't second guess yourself. He went long on 16. Can he control the length of this shot? Oh, he can.
Hello.
He nearly holed the second wedge of the day. How impressive has he been today?
Really, really good. A gorgeous swing. You know you're going to get decent ball striking from Adam Scott, and if the putter behaves, which it has done, not only this round, but this season, he's a threat. It's a surprise he hasn't been in contention more this year, especially when we see how he's playing. Take a look at this.
How fluid was he through the ball? It was just oily smooth, wasn't it? Pitched it. He said he wanted to pitch it past the hole. He did, but it was only by a few inches. Screws down the hill. I mean, that's great control. He is right on the money. If he can do this for another 4 days, I mean, it'll be a tough man to live with him.
Well, that's exactly where you would want to land it. It's where you said he needed to, and then you just hope that the bit of spin and the slope is your friend, and, you know, it could easily have gone in. It didn't quite, but he gave himself the chance, hit the exact shot he wanted to hit.
And he had that indecision, but the indecision was, look, you know, what is the yardage? Because I think I can hit it here. Didn't want to hit it until he was absolutely ready, and then committed fully to it.
Back on the tee, Horschel. Final drive of the day for the American.
Very nice.
A little labour going through it. It's okay, it's on the fairway. I think he'd be very happy the way that he's played today, in a way. Jet lag will be out the system after tonight. Hopefully. 3 birdies in the last 5 holes. If he can pick up a birdie here on 18, that's a splendid finish after 2 over on the front 9. So you can see 33 feet 7 inches for Justin Rose for his eagle. Just having to do battle with that right hand slope early on for Fitzpatrick. That comes about halfway on the ball's journey to the hole. It really picks up speed. Yeah, it's sneaky quick, this green. It's just one of those where the ball goes on that extra foot or 18 inches and you think, oh no, I've got the pace here, it's okay, and then whoa, where did that come from?
14-1 that Justin Rose makes the putt for the grandstand finish and the closing eagle. Will be Matt Fitzpatrick to go first by the looks of things.
Sort of be a little bit. He'd suddenly hold this, and he's missed most from long range all day. Story of the day. Just a little bit shy of pace for most of the day. I mean, it's not by much. It's by such fine margins, but those fine margins, difference between holing and missing.
And it's just the length of putt he's given himself for birdie. They are the type of ones where they're just so long you can't quite be as aggressive as you might be from inside 20 or 15 feet.
Now, the last time Justin Rose made an eagle in the first round on the 18th, you've got to go back to 2001, 20 years ago. Last couple of times he's played in the first round here, he's made birdie on this hole.
This would be the first eagle of the week on 18.
think he was happy with the 2-putt. He's got the pace right.
He nearly beat it to the hole then. So a good 2-putt birdie for Justin Rose to finish. That's an opening 67. Bogey-free, 5 under par, and a very nice start for Justin Rose in his quest for this BMW PGA Championship and a spot on the European Ryder Cup team in a couple of weeks at Whistling Straits.
Last time he was bogey-free in the first round, 2003. That was good enough after the first round to be 5th. Won't be good enough, I don't think, this week.
And as predicted, Adam Scott did make the birdie tapping in there. So a birdie finish for Adam Scott after his one dropped shot of the day on 16. 8 birdies on the card, 7 under par, and as Warren says, if he carries on playing like this for the next 3 days, he will take some beating. Second as it stands, 1 shot behind Kiradek Api Barnrat after the opening round. And just to confirm for Matt Fitzpatrick, that was a level par 72. A couple of birdies shared with a couple of bogeys for the Yorkshireman.
And that's the best score for Adam Scott by some margin at Wentworth. Previous low score 67, so he's smashed that. So watch out for the Australian. Could it be back-to-back Australian wins in Rolex events?
Scott is now 11-2 to win the tournament. That makes him the favourite. Rose is into 12-1. We saw him 14-1 a little earlier. That birdie at the end there just cuts a couple of points off of his odds.
234 hybrid for Ian Poulter. Difference with the hybrid for this shot is that he's on the fairway, not trying to smash it out of the rough. Kind of get the feeling he might need to eagle this hole if he wants to get the better of Billy Horschel in the battle over the last 3 holes.
Yeah, they've both gone birdie the last couple since you made your prediction, Warren, so you've fired them into life.
Yep. Always like to help. He likes a grandstand finish, does Poulter.
And it is quite a grandstand wrapped around that 18th as well.
Right now. That's a nutty one. Yeah. We're a little sheltered for the first half of the flight.
Yeah,
right?
we are, yeah, and then it's coming off the right as well, isn't it? It's not all in, it's off the right as well. So
Right.
he's good at the minute, he's dropped it back as well.
So, just to translate, a nutted ball, he's got to hit this absolutely perfectly, like a bullet. Slightly downwind, sheltered initially, but then off the right the wind, so he's got to hold this one up or use it. Aim on the right-hand edge of the green and kill it.
Even money says it's a par from here.
Well, he's going to have the wedge. Didn't have enough club to get it on the green.
But he's going to have to do battle with that tier that runs through the green for his 3rd shot. He's almost going to be playing it along the spine of it. So absolutely vital that he gets it to drop off of it at the right pace at the right time. You can see Horschel and Wiesberger, a couple of cracking drives. 2-1 on that Horschel makes birdie from here. 6-4 for the par, perhaps not the worst investment. Still not an easy second shot, even after a good drive.
Pretty good. He's played the last few holes very well. Rhythm wasn't good initially over the first half dozen holes or so. He played a lot of army golf, left, right, but since then he's got it back in gear.
Yeah, it has been 3 6s for Horschel, 2 over for the first 6 holes, all pars, the 6 in between that, 3 birdies. And now what he's left himself on 18 for eagle over the closing 6 as Wiesberger sends his second shot on its way.
Yeah, and he's recovered quite well, Wiesberger. 2 putts from there to be around an even par. If he could sneak the eagle and be under, then considering how many over par he was early in the round, he's done extremely well.
Yeah, could easily have played himself completely out of this tournament the way he started, but he's dug in.
It was 3 over after 6, so that's a good comeback. But that's almost the story of Wentworth. Wentworth is so much like that. If you can play the first 3 holes in par, if you get under par, that you're doing really well. But if you play the first 3, you've got the course at your mercy then, because you've got all the par 5s to come. 3 of them on the back 9, and then you've got a few holes where they're in today's game, a lot of short irons and wedges in, so you can make birdies if you're accurate off the tee.
Yeah, an interesting shot that Poulter's going to face for his third. I don't think he'll need to use too much loft, but you can find yourself not able to if you do bail out to that right-hand side. The trees do creep in and hang over, so if you get a pin tucked just close to the bunker on the right, you can't play that flop shot. The branches are in the way.
No, I don't think he'll be playing any flop shot here. This is a little chase, low little chip and run. Green's going to be speedy, you know how fast it is, so he's not going to throw it up there with any sort of spin on it. So he'll have it running, going right to left across the slope.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see he's far enough past that tree that it doesn't really come into play, but all about judging the release off of that slope.
Well, we have seen Adam Scott hole from, well, 60 yards for a wedge in his hand. It wouldn't surprise me if this man suddenly gave the crowd here on 18 a bit of a cheer. But he's got to play a good shot. This is hard, this is fast. You've got to know what you're doing.
So 11 to 10 on that it is the par from here. It was evens, if I remember correctly, before he struck that second shot. So 21 to 20 on that he gets up and down for his birdies. So not a lot between that and the par, in all honesty. Which side of that are you coming down on?
Well, there's a bit of showmanship going on here because he's just lining this one up like a putt. So if that doesn't tell you that he fancies it, but if you do that, you're putting pressure on yourself, because if you then don't perform, see there, it looks pretty straightforward, doesn't it? It looks, oh, it's a flat green, you've got a fair nothing in your way, this is a straightforward shot. But he's got a tight lie. The green is like glass. You know you've got to allow for about 8 feet of break from right to left, and you've got to nip it absolutely perfectly. He's going to drive this one in low, and then it's going to chase.
He's getting this up and down, isn't he?
Of course he is. Back in the starts, blade a little bit open, just lean on it a fraction. Well.
Ooh.
Well, well, well. Well, it's worth recording that one, because you don't see that very often.
No, I mean, well, we both fully expected him to get up and down there, and you know the statistics for this season will back that up. He's 9th on the PGA Tour in strokes gained around the green, 3rd in putting. We've seen him do that well today. He's hit some lovely short game shots. His putter has been good in general. But that was an absolute bolt from the blue. A straight up chunk from Ian Poulter.
Now the next one is, what do we do now? Now this is back in the starts. This is, you're going to hood the wedge now. You're going to play an absolute low chaser, get the hands forward, make sure you have a bit of shaft lean on this. Do not hit the big ball before the big little one. And that's what I expected he would do the first time round.
And suddenly that little slippery 5-footer or so is for a par. And Ian Poulter will not be a happy bunny if that doesn't go in and he walks off here with a 6. From being not too far from the edge of the green after a couple of blows. So I think that probably wraps up Billy Horschel as the winner in this group. A valiant effort from Poulter to overturn that with, what was it, 4 holes to go when you made that prediction, or 3.5?
I'm still in a state of shock. I bet one man is even more shocked than I am, and that's the guy who's resting on his putter up there. A lot of fans around the green, of course, will be going, you see, that's what I do every weekend. Now, this is slick, slick, slick. Down the hill for Billy Horschel. Eagle putt, though. Second eagle putt in a row.
Well, it's 18-1. We've seen it's a bit of a double breaker. A bit of support from a West Ham fan in the crowd, and he lags that down there very safely.
I wonder if we can get anyone to have a double eagle finish. Eagle on 17, eagle on 18. I see Thomas Dietrich has just eagled 17 in the match behind.
That is one acceptable use of the term double eagle.
Yes.
Eagle finishes. Horschel taps in. That's 4 birdies in the last 6 holes. Superb fight back after that slow opening 6. 2 under par 70. Of course, when he finished 4th here 2 years ago, it was a level par 72 to open his account. So plenty of encouragement to be taken from Billy Horschel for how he finished that round.
Wiesberger will have learnt something off Horschel's putt, mainly the pace.
It is so difficult from there to that flag, though, so 25-1 on has got to be where your money goes for him not to make it. And you'd have lost that money. We've seen him roll it in, Bernd Wiesberger.
So suddenly the captain's pick back in the eye of Padraig Harrington. How about that finish? Birdie eagle.
Well, just a couple of holes to go and he's over par, a couple over, wondering what do I need to do just to make sure I'm here at the weekend. Suddenly, birdie eagle finish and a 71, 1 under par.
So when he's 3 over after 6 and you said you could have 71, how quickly do you think he would grab it?
Oh, you wouldn't have finished the sentence, I don't think, and he'd have been off taking that. But really good fight and resilience from Wiesberger with all he's been through the last 2 or 3 weeks. The disappointment at the Amiga European Masters, the slow start today. Putting his hand up to Padraig Harrington.
Big putt for Ian Poulter. This to spare his blushes on the 18th for a par. An absolute must make. Oh, well done, well done. Not the birdie finish he wanted, but he's still alive and kicking.
And incredibly, a par 72 for Ian Poulter, a higher round than Bernd Wiesberger, which you just wouldn't have seen coming a couple of holes ago. So a slightly disappointing finish for Poulter there, but he makes sure he doesn't drop a shot. He didn't play the par 5s particularly well, a couple of errant second shots. One that he got away with earlier in the round on the 4th, one that he didn't and led to a bogey on the 12th, but it all added up to a 72 in the end for Ian Poulter. But there is the business end of the leaderboard. Here at the BMW PGA Championship, Kiradek Appy Barnrat is your leader with an opening 64 as things stand, but we've seen Adam Scott and Justin Rose in European Tour Betcast coverage have fantastic starts. Scott with that 7 under par 65, Rose with a 5 under par 67. Thank you for joining us today on the European Tour Betcast. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning with more fantastic featured group action from 8:30 a.m. British summertime.